Yes, sir. Very happy morning to all. I hope that your preparations for in the Jan is going very well, my dear lovable students. As an IDT teacher, I am helping you by way of section 7, that is supply. And number 2 is tax rate for composite and mixed supply. This is section 8. And section 9 root and section 10 root are there. Section 9 root is the 91, 92, 93, 94 and 95. And section 10 root is a composition levy. My dear lovable students, in examination where this area will be tested is, this area will be mainly tested in the computation of GST payable first 10 mark area. So a proper revision is needed. That's why I have made a quick revision I have made for you. And I already uploaded part 1 of the revision series, that is tax invoice, debit note and credit note, time of supply, value of supply and the place of supply. That area will be helpful for computation of GST payable and also the standalone questions for value of supply 5 mark, place of supply 5 mark, time of supply 5 mark. It's a 20 mark area for exam. So this itself covering out of your 50 mark, 30 to 35 mark solid coverage will be there. So I hope that you will enjoy this revision series. If yes, inform by way of your happy comments. And we will start with the discussion of section 7, my dear lovable students. I am wishing you all the very best for this Jan exams. Yes, sir. Very happy morning to all. So we are going to revise, sir, GST, the preliminary part. Section 7 is talking about supply. Section 8, tax rate for composite and mixed supply. Section 9, levy and collection of CGST. Section 10, composition levy, and section 11, exemption. This is the part we are going to discuss, man. In that, we are going to start with section 7. Section 7 classified into 4 categories. Section 7 subsection 1, section 7 subsection 1a, section 7 subsection 2 and section 7 subsection 3. Section 7 subsection 1 is again classified into 4 categories. Section 7 subsection 1 clause A, section 7 subsection 1 clause AA, section 7 subsection 1 clause B, section 7 subsection 1 clause C. What this section 7 is trying to say? My dear lovable students, there will be activities or transactions. That activities or transaction, if it satisfies certain condition, it will be treated as supply. Once it has been treated as supply, then it has to be treated as either supply of goods or supply of services. So, what and all activities will be treated as supply of goods or supply of services is what our discussion is all about. So, supply includes all forms of supply of goods or services or both. So, as a person, you have to supply either goods or services or both. What are the ways in which I can supply? Either by way of sale, barter, transfer, exchange, license, lease, rental or disposal, made or agreed to be made for a consideration by a person in the course of the furtherance of business. So these are the conditions should be satisfied. So an activity or transaction will be treated as supply if it satisfies all the conditions. So supply includes all forms of supply of goods or services or both, such as sale, barter, transfer, exchange, license, lease, rental or disposal, made or agreed to be made for a consideration by a person in the course or furtherance of. Fine, man. So from the section 7 subsection 1 clause A, which is talking about what and all activities or transaction constitute supply. In order to be a supply, these parameters should be there. That means supply should be of supply of goods or services or both. Supply should be of supply of. That means if you are not supplying either goods nor services or both, it will not be treated as supply at all. And it should be for a consideration. It should be for a. And it should be made by a taxable person. It should be made by a. And it should be made in the course or furtherance of business, and supply should be a taxable supply. So if it satisfies 5 conditions, then only an activity or transaction will constitute as a supply. So supply includes all forms of supply of goods or services or both, such as sale, barter, transfer, exchange, license, lease, rental or disposal, made or agreed to be made for a consideration by a person in the course or furtherance of. So in order to be a supply, how many conditions should be satisfied? 5 conditions. Supply should be of goods or services or both, for a consideration, made by a taxable person, made in the course or furtherance of business, and supply should be a... Sir, what do you mean by taxable supply, sir? You are saying supply should be a taxable supply. No. That means in order to attract GST, supply should be taxable. Supply should be what? Sir, if the supply is exempted, it is not a taxable supply. If supply is not covered under the GST at all, it is not a taxable supply. So the main important thing is, in order to be a taxable supply, it should not covered in the exemption, either under section 11 or section 6 of the respective act. Section 11 of the CGST Act and section 6 of the IGST Act is listing down the exemption. An activity or transaction should not fall under section 11 or 6, my dear lovable students. And number 2, sir, it should not be a non-taxable supply. In the sense means we are having alcoholic liquor for human consumption. It is not a supply at all. So for a supply to attract GST, supply must be what? Taxable. Taxable supply has been broadly defined and means any supply of goods or services or both which is leviable to tax under the GST. So first of all, an activity or transaction should be leviable. If it is leviable to tax, then only we are liable to pay what? GST. Comfortable, sir? And exemption may be provided to specified goods or services or to specified category of person or entities making what? Supply. So we are having lot of exemption which are covered under section 11 and or which are covered under section 6. So in order to be a supply, certain parameters or conditions should be satisfied. Can we repeat once again what is section 7 subsection 1 clause A? Supply includes all forms of supply of goods or services or both, such as sale, barter, transfer, exchange, license, lease, rental or disposal, made or agreed to be made for a consideration by a person in the course or furtherance of. That means in order to be a supply, supply should be a taxable supply. Supply should be a... And the supply should be made by a taxable person. Should be made by a... Sir, what is that taxable person means? Taxable person means a person who is registered or liable to be registered under section 22 or what? 24. What is section 22? Person liable for registration. What is section 24? Compulsory registration. The person who are making the supply, my dear lovable students, should be either a registered person or a person liable for registration, either under section what or what? 22 or... That means even an unregistered person who is liable to be registered is a taxable person. Sir, now I am an unregistered person, but actually I am liable to take registration. That means my aggregate turnover exceed the threshold limit. Or, my dear lovable students, sir, I fall under one of the category of section 24. Then I am liable to take then I will be treated as a taxable person. Similarly, a person not liable to be registered, sir, but has taken voluntary registration and got himself registered is also a what person? Taxable person. So a registered person is a taxable person. Person liable to pay, liable to take the registration is a taxable person. And a person who has taken voluntary registration is also a... Sir, you should understand these guys, because if these guys make supply, then only it will be treated as supply of goods or services or both. Right, sir? So conclusion, hence a supply between two non-taxable person does not constitute taxable supply under the GST. If the supplier is unregistered and even the recipient is also unregistered, it will not be treated as supply under the what? GST. In order to attract GST, supplier should be a taxable person. Further, there is no condition that supply needs to be made to another person. That is, supply made to self are also taxable. That is the wordings of the GST Act. Sometimes head office may provide supply to the branch office. That is a self-supply only. Even for the self-supply, if they are distinct person, under section 25 subsection 4 or under section 25 subsection 5, those supply will be treated as, those activities or transaction will also be treated as what, man? Supply. So, the first job in the act is whether an activity or transaction will constitute what or not, supply or not. That is what explained in section 7 subsection 1 clause A. Section 7 subsection 1 clause A is saying that if any activity or transaction having this characteristics will be treated as supply. That means supply includes all forms of supply of goods or services or both, such as sale, barter, transfer, exchange, license, lease, rental or disposal, made or agreed to be made for a consideration by a person in the course or furtherance of. So, in order to be a human being, we should have 2 legs, 2 hands, 2 eyes, sir, ears, nose and all. The same way, in order for an activity or transaction to be a supply, it should have 5 features, 5 parameters. Number 1, supply should be of supply of goods or services or both for a consideration made by a taxable person, made in the course or furtherance of business, and supply should be a taxable supply. Comfortable? So, if these 5 parameters are there, then only an activity or transaction will be called it as what? Supply. That means, my dear lovable students, if there is no, sir, one of the parameter, I will not call that activity or transaction as what? Supply. That's what the exception to 7 subsection 1 clause A. Even though one of the parameter is missing, I will call an activity or transaction as what? Supply. Section 7 subsection 1 clause AA, section 7 subsection 1 clause B, and section 7 subsection 1 clause C. Sir, exception, sir. 7 subsection 1 clause AA, 7 subsection 1 clause. So there is a supplier who are supplying, sir, activities or transaction, who are supplying certain activities or it is provided by a person. It is provided by a, sir, other than an individual. Other than an. So they are creating an exception, my dear lovable students, that activities or transaction has been provided by a person other than a what? Individual. To its members, constituents or vice versa. For cash, defer payment or other valuable consideration is a supply. That means, my dear lovable students, there is a club. That club may provide service to its members. Right, sir? Sir, that club cannot be an individual because club means that can be any person other than an individual. So, they will be providing services to its what? Members or constituents, or the members may provide the services to the club. That's what versa, vice versa. For either for cash or defer payment or other valuable consideration will be treated as a. So, this is one of the exception to section 7 subsection 1 clause A. What exceptions are? How exceptions are? Because section 7 subsection 1 clause A is saying that supply includes all forms of supply of goods or services or both, such as sale, barter, transfer, exchange, license, lease, rental or disposal, made or agreed to be made for a consideration by a person. By a person. For that person, we are having an exception. That is what section 7 subsection 1 clause, by a person other than an individual. So, section 7 subsection 1 clause A is covering all the person. But this activity or transaction is not applicable to all the person other than a individual. Comfortable? So, individual is a person. Person means individual. HUF, AOP, BOI, AJP, all these people are called as assessee in direct tax. Have you heard about it? That's why clause AA, assessee. Are you all really with me? So this is the exception to section 7, subsection 1, clause A, the first exception. Number 2, sir, importation of services for a consideration whether or not in the course or furtherance of business. That means the service provider is situated outside India and you are the service recipient, you are situated in India. If the service provider is situated outside India and service recipient is situated in India, such a situation is called as importation of services. So, if you are importing a services by paying what? Consideration. By paying what? Consideration. which are whether or not in the course or furtherance of business. Let it be in the course or furtherance of business, not in the course or furtherance of business. My dear lovable students, it will be treated as what? Supply. Look at here, section 7, subsection 1, clause A. Supply includes all forms of supply of goods or services or both, such as sale, barter, transfer, exchange, license, lease, rental or disposal, made or agreed to be made for a consideration by a person in the course or furtherance of business. So an activity or transaction, if it is in the course or furtherance of business, then only it will be treated as supply. But even though whether it is in the course or furtherance of business, not in the course or furtherance of business, one thing will be treated as supply. That is what of services? Importation of services. Importation of. So importation of services is an exception to the which component? 7 subsection 1 clause A, in that which component of supply? Business component of supply. That's why clause B, B stands for business, A stands for assessee, that is person component. It is an exception to the person component, and B stands for what? Business. B stands for business, that is sir, importation of services for a consideration whether or not in the. Coming to section 7 subsection 1 clause C, activity specified in schedule 1 made or agreed to be made without a consideration. That means what GST Act is saying, that we have created a list. That list is called as Schedule 1. That list is called as, in that list we have mentioned so many items. Those activities or transaction, even though there is no consideration, my dear lovable students, still that will be treated as. So activity specified in Schedule 1 made or agreed to be made without a what? Consideration. Without a. As per section 7 subsection 1 clause A, supply includes all forms of supply of goods or services or both, such as sale, barter, transfer, exchange, license, lease, rental or disposal, made or agreed to be made for a consideration. For a. So schedule 1 is an exception to the which component? That's why clause C, C stands for consideration. C stands for. So clause A, assessee, B stands for business, and clause C stands for. So my dear lovable students, even though section 7 subsection 1 clause A is very strict, it is saying that in order to be a supply, this many conditions should be satisfied, but it is having lot of exception. Section 7 subsection 1 clause A, section 7 subsection 1 clause B, and section 7 subsection 1 clause C. Comfortable. So we have finalized what are the activities or transaction will be treated as supply. And even though certain components are missing, certain other activities or transaction will also be treated as what? Supply. Now, once you understood that, my dear lovable students, an activity or transaction is a supply or not a supply. If it is not a supply, leave it. No further, sir, extension is required. But if it is supply, you have to classify that into either supply of goods or supply of services. Supply of goods or supply of. That's what they are saying. Where certain activities or transaction constitute a supply in accordance with the provisions of subsection 1. What is this subsection 1? 7 subsection 1. 7 subsection 1 is classified into 4 categories. 7 subsection 1 clause A, 7 subsection 1 clause, 7 subsection 1 clause B, and 7 subsection 1. So if an activity or transaction falls under any of those categories, it will be treated as supply. Then it shall be treated either as supply of goods or supply of services as referred to in schedule 2. Are you all really with me? So this is a second schedule we are learning. Schedule 1 is deemed supply. Schedule 1 is, because in order to be a supply, certain components should be satisfied. Sir, even though there is no consideration, certain activities or transaction will be treated as what? Supply. That's what deemed supply. What one? Schedule 1. What is schedule 2? Classification. What is schedule 2? Once an activity or transaction constitute a supply in accordance with the provisions of subsection 1, they shall be treated either as supply of goods or supply of services in accordance with Schedule 2. So, Schedule 1 deemed supply. Schedule 2. So, if an activity or transaction falls under 7 subsection 1, it has to be classified as either supply of goods or supply of services. Why? Question arises. Because we are having 3 types of supply. Number 1, time of supply is there. Number 2, value of supply is there. And place of supply is there. If you take time of supply means, if it is goods section 12 and if it is services section 13. For goods and services, we don't have the same section. That is there only for value of supply, which is section 15. Whether it is supply of goods or supply of services, single section will be applicable. Section 15 will be applicable. For that, there is no bifurcation of supply of goods or supply of services. Comfortable? And for place of supply man, either section 10 or section 12 will be applicable, because GST Act is following 2 different route for 2 different things. So once an activity or transaction has been confirmed as supply, it has to be bifurcated into supply of goods or supply of services. Right, sir? But my dear lovable students, 7 subsection 2 is saying that notwithstanding anything contained in subsection 1. Sir, whatever we have discussed in 7 subsection 1, even though an activity or transaction constitute all the condition what it is supposed to be satisfied, there are certain activities or transactions specified in Schedule 3. There are certain activities or transactions constituting specified in Schedule 3. This Schedule 3 is called as negative list. What list? That means this item will neither be treated as supply of goods nor be treated as supply of, or such activities or transaction undertaken by central government. Certain activities or transaction will be done by which government? Or state government, or what government? Or any what authority, local, in which they are engaged as public authorities, as may be notified by the government on the recommendation of the council, shall be treated neither as supply of goods nor treated as supply of services. Are you all really with me? That means there are certain activities or transactions which we have specified in what 3? Schedule 3. And there are such activities or transactions undertaken by 3 people. Who are the 3 people? Central government, state government, or local authority, in which they are engaged as public authorities, as may be notified by the government on the recommendation of the council, shall neither be treated as supply of goods nor be treated as supply of. Comfortable? Sir, now the last classification. How we have studied, man? Sir, first an activity or transaction we have classified into whether it is supply or not a supply. If it is not a supply, put it on. If it is supply, we classify into either supply of goods or supply of services. Comfortable? Whereas certain activities or transaction will neither be treated as supply of goods nor be treated as supply of services. Shall I proceed? Sir, coming to section 7, subsection 3, clause A, and 7, subsection 3, clause B. Today, an activity or transaction may be treated as supply of goods. But tomorrow, government may shift that to supply of what? Services. Today, an activity or transaction may be treated as supply of services. Tomorrow, it can be shifted to supply of what? Goods. This power government is having. So, subject to subsection 1, 1A and 2, the government may, on the recommendation of the council, that is after getting recommendation from the council, specify by notification transaction that are to be treated as supply of goods and not supply of services. Tomorrow they may change it. Or supply of services and not supply of whatever section we have discussed under the CGST Act, under section 7 will be section 20 of the what? IGST Act. Are you all really with me? So supply includes and supply excludes. This is a one-line summary, man. Supply includes these things, man. Supply for a consideration in the course or furtherance of business as per section 7, subsection 1, clause A. And activities or transaction between person other than an individual to its members, constituents, or for cash, defer payment, or other valuable consideration. Section 7, subsection 1, clause imputation of services for a consideration whether or not in the course or furtherance of business as per section 7, subsection 1. Supply without consideration as per section 7, subsection 1, clause C, read with schedule 1. Read with. and activity to be treated as supply of goods or supply of services as in 7 subsection 1a read with what to schedule 2. Comfortable? And supply excludes negative list of services, which is nothing but 7 subsection 2 read with schedule 3. Are you getting it? This is the primary, the prima facie structure of section 7. So section 7 classified into 4 category. Section 7 subsection 1 class A, 7 subsection 1, 7 subsection 1a, 7 subsection 2 and 7 subsection. 7 subsection 1 again classified into 7 subsection 1 class A, 7 subsection 1 class AA, 7 subsection 1 class B and 7 subsection 1 class C. Understood that section 7 subsection 1 class A, supply includes all forms of supply of goods or services or both, such as sale, barter, transfer, exchange, license, lease, rental or disposal made or agreed to be made for a consideration by a person in the course or furtherance of business. From that parent definition, I am picking certain terms. Sir, what is goods, sir? What is services, sir? What is consideration, sir? What is person, sir? And what is business, sir? These are the 5 related definitions. So the main definition is called as parent definition. From the parent definition, we are going to bring related definition. Number 1 is goods. Number 2 is services. Number 3 is consideration. Number 4 is person. And number 5 is. Why, sir? Because supply includes all forms of supply of what or what or what. So we should know what is goods and what is services. Right, sir? Goods are covered in section 2 subsection 52 of the CGST Act. 2 subsection 52 of the goods means every kind of movable property. Anything which you can move from one place to another are called as goods. That means immovable property are not goods. Immovable property are not. Sir, goods includes actionable claims. We specifically including actionable claims. So goods includes what claim? And growing crops or grass and things attached to or forming part of land which are agreed to be severed before supply or under a contract of supply. And even goods includes growing crops like grass, trees, etc. which are attached to or forming part of land. Sir, a tree is attached to or forming part of land which are agreed to be severed. Severed means cut either before supply or under a contract of supply. And it excludes what and what? Money and securities. That means every kind of movable property are goods. And intentionally we are including, sir, actionable claims and growing crops or grass or things attached to or forming part of land which are agreed to be severed before supply or under a contract of supply and excludes money and securities. You may have a question. Sir, what are the list of what claim? Actionable claim. The list of actionable claim are lottery, betting, gambling. Lottery, betting, gambling are actionable. Casinos, horse racing, oh my God, online money gaming are actionable claims. These are actionable claims. And these actionable claims are goods. For the purpose of GST, we specifically included this actionable claim in the definition of goods. Comfortable, sir? So, my dear lovable students, supply includes all forms of supply of what or what or what. So, shall we quickly recall what is the definition of goods? Goods means every kind of movable property. Goods includes actionable claims, growing crops or grass or things attached to or forming part of land which are agreed to be severed before supply and excludes money and securities. Coming to the next one, man, services, which is section 2 subsection 102. 2 subsection 102 of the what? CGST Act. Services means anything other than goods. So all movable properties are goods. All the property other than movable property, that means immovable property, is a services as per the GST Act. That means building is a services. Land is a services as per the GST Act. With yes mark, yes sir. And it includes 3 things. Specifically, they are including 3 activity as services. Activity relating to use of money. Activity relating to. You are using certain activity by using the money or conversion of money from one form to another form. That means you are converting dollar into Indian rupee or India into dollar. for a special consideration. For a special consideration, such an activity is a supply of what? Services. Facilitating or arranging transaction in what? Securities. Why you know, my dear lovable students, here they said that money and securities are not goods. Anything other than goods are services. So money and securities are services. Right, sir? That means here man excludes what and what? Money and securities. Even the definition of services also excluding what and what? So money and securities are neither supply of goods nor supply of services. That means money and security will not attract GST. Right? Now services is coming up with an inclusion that activity relating to use of money. Direct money is not GST, but you are doing certain activity relating to use of money. That is a supply of services. Conversion of money from one form to another for a separate consideration. That is a supply of services. Now, securities is saying that, why are you talking only about money? Please talk something about me also. So, facilitating or arranging transaction in what? Securities. This is how the inclusion comes. Are you all really with me? So, two definition over man. Goods means every kind of movable property. Goods includes actionable claims, growing crops or grass or things attached to or forming part of land, which are agreed to be severed before supply or under a contract of supply, and excludes money and securities. Comfortable? Services means anything other than goods. Services includes activity relating to use of money or conversion of money from one form to another for a separate consideration, facilitating or arranging transaction in securities, and excludes money and securities. Comfortable? You know one thing, man, in GST, if there is no consideration, such an activity or transaction will not be treated as supply, except Schedule 1. Except what is consideration? Because consideration can be in the form of cash or can be in the form of kind or cash and kind. What type of consideration is mentioned in the act is the question. Consideration means payment in money or otherwise for the supply. Payment in money or? That means, sir, when I am the service provider, you have to pay me consideration. Either you can pay me, sir, in money or otherwise for the supply. So, cash is a consideration and even kind is also a consideration. So, under the GST, my dear lovable students, if the recipient of supply is paying kind, then also it will be treated as what? Consideration. And it includes, they want to include monetary value of any act. Monetary value of or forbearance for the supply. For example, I am the supplier and you are the recipient. You are not going to pay me cash. You are not going to pay me kind. You are going to undertake an activity on behalf of me. That's what? Monetary value of any act. You are going to do an act or forbearance for the supply. Something in return for the supply you are going to do for me. What is the value of that return? What is the value of that act? That will be treated as what? Consideration. Sir, I am the teacher and you are the student. I am the supplier and you are the recipient. Sir, have you paid the consideration? No. Your parents would have paid the consideration. Right, sir? So, the consideration can be paid by the recipient or any other person. Or any other person. And it excludes subsidy given by government. Because if you include the subsidy given by government, the consideration increases. If the consideration increases on that amount, you are supposed to pay the GST. Sir, who paid the subsidy? Government. You are giving back to the government itself. That 28% means it's better not to receive at all. That is a logic of consideration. So consideration means payment in money or otherwise for the supply. Consideration includes monetary value of any act or forbearance for the supply. Consideration by the recipient or any other person. Consideration excludes subsidy given by central or state government. Comfortable? This is a very important point for examination. You should note. Sometimes, my dear lovable students, when you are taking a particular, sir, land, building or both for rent, you have to pay advance. Basically, you will pay deposit. You will pay what? That deposit will never be treated as consideration because it's a liability. Because when you are vacating that room, when you are vacating that place, they have to give back the deposit. Right, sir? But you have not paid the rent for 1 or 2 or 3 months. And that rent payable, if the landlord adjusted from the deposit, then my dear lovable students, that deposit will be treated as consideration. So deposit to be considered as payment only when supplier applies such deposit as consideration for the what supply, said supply. That means if I am the landlord and you have taken my place for rent, you are paying me 1 lakh rupees as advance and you have not paid, sir, rent for 3 months. What I will do? No problem. I will reduce it from the what? Deposit. Now that deposit will be treated as what? Consideration. Comfortable? Coming to the next one, man, the fourth element that is called as person. It's a very easy definition, man. This is the easy summary for you to examination. Sir, classify the person into 3 categories. Set number 1, set number 2, set number 3. Set number 1 is otherwise called as Mokka set. What set, man? Easy set, man. Individual, HUF, AOP or BOI, partnership firm, LLP. That everyone knows. What are the first one? Individual, HUF, AOP or BOI, partnership firm, LLP. The second set is, man, corporate set. What set, man? Company, corporation, body corporate, society, cooperative society. And third set is government set. Central government, state government, local authority, trust and agent. This is the definition of the person which are covered under the GST. Right, sir? Sir, supply includes all forms of supply of goods or services or both, such as sale, barter, transfer, exchange, license, lease, rental or disposal, made or agreed to be made for a consideration by a person in the course or furtherance of. That means it should be in the course or furtherance of what? Business include A&M classes. Business include? You know, A&M is very famous for any trade, commerce, manufacture, profession, vocation, even if there is no monetary benefit. They have not mentioned that even if there is no consideration, even if there is no monetary benefit, even if it is a loss, a business will be treated as a business. Comfortable? Any activity incidental or ancillary to it, or any activity of the same nature, whether or not there is no volume or continuity. So these activities or transaction will be called it as business in the angle of the GST. Number 2, class C stands for club or association. C stands for? L stands for license. L stands for? A stands for admission for a consideration. A stands for? S stands for service as a holder of office. Service as a. E stands for engaged as public authorities. Engaged as. And S stands for supply or acquisition of goods. S stands for. So what they are trying to say, any trade, commerce, manufacture, profession, vocation, even if there is no monetary benefit, will be treated as what? Business. Will be treated as what? Number 2, provision of facility by what or what? To its members for consideration as per section 7 subsection 1 clause AA. Any activities or transaction by any person other than an individual to its members, constituents or vice versa for cash, defer payment or other valuable consideration is a. L stands for license. Sir, activity by a dash club, race club, by way of totalizator or a license to bookmaker in such club. Comfortable? Admission for a consideration to any premises. Let it be any premises. You are paying some consideration to get the admission there. Then that will be treated as what? Business. Service as a holder of office. You are having an office. You are putting an office after you become a chartered accountant, and you are providing the what? Services, either accepted in the course or furtherance of what? Trade or profession, or any activity even done by dash or dash, government or local authority, in which they are engaged as public authority as per section 7 subsection 2, but it should be in accordance with 7 subsection 2. Hello, sir. Or supply, you are supplying, either you are acquiring of what? Goods, including capital goods and services in connection with the commencement of what? Of business. Closure of business. Comfortable, sir? So these things will be treated as definition of business. So business include A&M classes. A&M stands for any trade, commerce, manufacture, profession and vocation. Class C stands for? So any activity done by club or association is a business. L stands for? Any activity done by race club is a Business. A stands for admission for a to any place you go. Are you taking ticket? It's a business. That's it. Sir, service as a holder of, you are putting an office and you are providing a service. That is a business. Sir, any activity even done by government or it is a business. Supply or acquisition of goods, including capital goods and services, is a business. Comfortable, sir? That's it with regard to the related definition. So what are the 5 related definition, my dear lovable students? Number 1, goods, services, consideration, person. What is a parent definition, man? Supply includes all forms of supply of goods or services or both, such as sale, barter, transfer, exchange, license, lease, rental or disposal, made or agreed to be made for a consideration by a person in the course or furtherance of business. Comfortable? Sir, with this related definition of supply comes to an end. Are you all really with me? Very comfortable, sir? So till now we have saw 7 subsection 1 clause A in detail, which is supply includes all forms of supply of goods or services or both, such as sale, barter, transfer, exchange, license, lease, rental or disposal, made or agreed to be made for a consideration by a person in the course or furtherance of business. Now I am going to talk about section 7 subsection 1 clause A. We all know that what this section is saying, that any activity or transaction which is provided by any person other than an individual, that means the supplier should not be an individual and the recipient should be either the members or constituents or vice versa, and the consideration can be either by way of cash or defer payment or other valuable consideration, will be treated as a supply. Comfortable? Basically, if there is a club, if the club is providing service to its members, sir, for that members is paying some consideration either by way of cash or by way of defer payment or other than by way of any valuable consideration, will be treated as supply. People started asking doubt that, how sir, club and the members are one and the same? No, because members are paying consideration to the club is providing services to the members. Is there any difference between the club and the what? Members. They are one and the same. No, GST Act is saying that explanation to 7 subsection 1 clause A. It is hereby clarified that we are clarifying, notwithstanding anything contained in any other law for the time being in force. Let it be any other law explained, put it on dustbin. Any judgment or any degree or any order of court or any tribunal or authority, that means what GST Act is saying, that kadavule vandu sonnalu seri, the person and its members or constituents shall be deemed to be 2 distinct persons. Sir, club is different and the members are different. Are you all really with me? And supply of activity or transaction between these two will be taken place from one such person to another such person. So, if any activity or transaction by a person to its members, sir, or constituents or vice versa, for cash or defer payment or other valuable consideration should be treated as a. That's it. The second section also in detail we have done. Coming to the third section, man, very important A category section for exam, section 7 subsection 1 clause B. From this area you will be getting question this time. Importation, man, sir, which is importation of goods or importation of services. You may either import of goods and import of what? If you are importing goods, it is covered under the Customs Act, whereas import of services are covered under the GST Act. Comfortable? So you can either import goods or import of what? Services. If you are importing goods, it is covered in Customs Act. If you are importing services, it is covered in GST Act. Comfortable? So the term supply includes importation of what? Services. You should be very careful. They are not talking about what? Goods. Because GST Act is only having the power to talk about services, not about for a consideration. Whether or not in the course or furtherance of business is a supply. These are the highlights of this. It is applicable only for services and not for goods. Point number 1. Services should be provided for a, and services may be in the course or furtherance of business or not. Sir, if this 3 condition, my dear lovable students, importation of services. So what is a one-line summary? If the service provider is situated outside India and the service recipient is situated in India, You picturize, don't hear it. Service provider is situated outside India and service recipient is situated in India. This is called as importation of services. For this importation of services, you are paying consideration whether this may be in the course or furtherance of business or not in the course or furtherance of business. It will be treated as supply. So even for your personal purpose, if you are importing certain services from outside India, my dear lovable students, it will be treated as supply. Comfortable. That means, my dear lovable students, sir, if the service provider is situated outside India and service recipient is situated in India, you are importing a services. If you are paying consideration, that will be treated as supply. But we are having related exemption. What exemption? Under section 6 of the what act? IGST Act. If you see the GST Act, we are two act. One is CGST Act and what? IGST. CGST Act is section 11. CGST Act is section which is talking about intra-state supply. And section 6 is talking about interstate supply. So, for importation of services is not an intra-state supply. It is an interstate supply. So, the exemption will not fall under section 11 of the CGST Act. It will fall under section 6 of the IGST Act. Shall I start explaining what that exemption is talking? What is the understanding, man? If the service provider is situated outside India and service recipient is situated in India, and if you are paying consideration whether or not in the course or furtherance of business is a supply. But in these four circumstances, recipient, that is a person who are situated in India, is recipient number 1, or recipient number 2, or recipient number 3, or recipient number 4, that service is exempted. That service is. So what a beautiful and an important topic it is. Service provider is situated outside India and service recipient is 1% among the 4%. Then it is exempt from GST. Then it is what? Number 1, the recipient is central government, state government, union territory or what authority? Or governmental authority or an individual in relation to any purpose other than commerce, industry or any other business or profession. That means a person who are importing the services is government or local authority or an individual or a. For what purpose they are importing? They are importing for any purpose other than commerce, industry or business or profession. That means for their personal purpose they are importing. That means it is exempt from GST. It is exempt from. So the service provider is situated outside India and service recipient is government or local authority or individual. For what purpose they are importing? For any purpose other than trade, commerce, business or profession. That means it's not related to business. It is purely related to what? Personal. It is exempt from what? GST. Number 2, sir, service provider is situated outside India and service recipient is an entity registered under 12AA or 12AB. Entity registered under 12AA or basically registered charitable trusts who are situated in India for the purpose of providing charitable activity. So service provider is situated and service recipient is a registered charitable trust under section 12AA or 12AB and they are importing services for the purpose of providing charitable activity in India. It is exempt from GST. Comfortable? Very important, sir. Recipient number 3. By way of supply of online education journals or periodicals. That means the recipient who are situated in India is an education institution. What institution? So education institution is importing services. You know why? By way of online education journals or periodical. Online education journals or to an education institution, and that guy should not be, that means other than an institution providing services by way of preschool education and education up to higher secondary or equivalent. It should not be preschool education. So like this, it should not be preschool education, because for a preschool education, my dear lovable students, what to learn in online and all, right sir? If it is calculator, the school has to show this is calculator, then only the kid will know. So if you show in online and all, kid will not know. So this exemption will not be applicable to the preschool education and education up to what secondary? Or education as a part of approved vocational education courses. Approved vocational. these two people should not import online periodicals and journal. If they import online periodicals and journal, that will be taxable. This exemption will not be applicable. Are you all really with me? That means above +2 schools can import online periodicals and journal because only those guys will understand what is there in online. Hello, sir. And normally kids should not see online and all. That's what the intention of the government. So if the service recipient is an education institution who are importing certain online education journals or periodical, my dear lovable students, that will be exempt from GST, but this exemption is not applicable to preschool education and education up to higher secondary or equivalent education as a part of approved vocational education courses. Comfortable? And the last one, fourth recipient, if the service provider is situated outside India and the service recipient is also situated outside India, it is exempted in India. That means a person located in a non-taxable territory is exempted in India. So what is the story? How you have to remember this, sir? Long story short. Simple. If the service provider is situated outside India and service recipient is situated in India, and if you are importing services by paying consideration, whether or not in the course or furtherance of business is a supply. That's what mentioned in section 7, subsection 1, clause B. Importation of services for a consideration, whether or not in the course or furtherance of business is a supply, but it is having an exemption under section 6 of the IGST Act. Why IGST? Because it's an interstate supply. That's why it is not covered in the SGST Act. It is covered in the IGST Act. Comfortable? It is saying that if the recipient who are situated in India or the recipient is 1% out of the 4%, it is exempt from GST. If the recipient is government or local authority or individual for any purpose other than the purpose of trade, commerce, business or profession, it is what? Exempt from GST. The number 2 is what? Sir, if the service recipient is a registered charitable trust under section 12AA or 12AB, they are importing services for the purpose of providing charitable activity, it is exempt from GST. Comfortable? Third one, the third person is the education institution by way of supply of online periodicals and journals are exempt from. However, this exemption will not be applicable to preschool education and education up to higher secondary or equivalent education as a part of approved vocational education courses. Comfortable? And the recipient, a person located in non-taxable territory, is exempt from GST. However, the exemption shall not apply. That means for an exemption, I am going to create an exception. That means taxability. That means again this is going to be taxable. OIDAR, online information, data, access or retrieval services received by a person specified in entry A or entry B, who is entry A, government or local authority or individual. Are you all really with me? Who is entry B, registered charitable trust under section 12AA or 12AB. Comfortable, sir? If these two people are importing services by way of OIDAR, that service will be taxable even though it is for personal purpose. Even though it is for, that means this exemption will not be applicable. So we are creating an exception for the exemption. Comfortable, sir? So one line summary of the entire discussion before the day of examination. This is LDR, last day revision, sir. If the recipient may be covered under clause A, clause B, clause BA or clause C. If it is clause A, that is central government, state government, union territory, local authority or governmental authority or individual other than for the purpose of commerce, industry or any other business or profession are exempt from GST. Comfortable? And clause B, entity registered under 12AA or 12AB of the Income Tax Act for the purpose of providing charitable activity are exempt from. Comfortable? But these two people is having one exception, man. That exception is OIDAR. Are you getting it? And clause BA, supply of online journals or periodicals, man, sir, to education institution, but they are having other than. For these two people, this exemption will not be applicable. Preschool education and education up to higher secondary or equivalent or approved vocational education courses. Comfortable? And with regard to recipient number 4, clause number C, service recipient located where? Outside India. To a person who are located in non-taxable territory, that means that guy is also situated. It is exempt from GST, and we are going to talk about the OIDR services. This OIDR services is Sir, exception to the exemption. That means, is it taxable? So OIDAR services are taxable. That's it with regard to these two people. Okay, sir. But if the services are other than what services, man? OIDR services. You have to check whether it is for the purpose of business or profession. If that is the case, taxable. Other than business or profession, it is exempted as per that exemption notification. So the first two category of people, you have to confirm that whether they are importing OIDR services or other than OIDR services. If it is OIDR services, it is kannamudi taxable. Are you all really with me? If it is other than OIDR services, you have to check whether it is for the purpose of business or profession or other than business or profession. If it is for the purpose of business or profession, taxable. Other than business or profession, exempted. Comfortable? Now, there is a problem is there in the GST Act. I will tell you what is the problem. In case of importation of services, service provider are situated outside India and service recipient are situated in India. Right, sir? Who will pay the GST is a big question. Because one person is situated outside India and the other person is situated. That's why they are saying person liable to pay tax in case of what of services. Sir, in case of importation of services, the recipient of the imported services, the recipient, because the recipient is situated in India, it is easy for him to pay the tax in India. Because the person who are the supplier who are situated outside India, it is a really difficult task. So the recipient of the imported services who is located in India is the person who is liable to pay IGST on the service under what charge? Reverse charge. Reverse charge. Why reverse charge? Because normally, generally, service provider is liable to pay tax. But the service provider is situated outside India. If he pays the tax, it will become FCM. It will become? He can't pay the tax since he is situated what? Outside India. But if the recipient is paying tax, then it is called as RCM. And is liable to pay what tax? IGST. Why IGST? Because it's an interstate supply. That's why it is not covered in 9.3, it is covered in 5.3. Comfortable? Whereas, my dear lovable students, but with regard to OIDAR services, what services? You have to check the recipient who are situated is a taxable online recipient or non-taxable online recipient. Nothing. The person who are importing the OIDAR services is a registered person or unregistered person. If that guy is a registered person, easy for him to pay tax under RCM. Whereas if that guy is an unregistered person, he can't pay the tax. So again, FCM will be applicable. Again, FCM will be, that's what in bracket, other than non-taxable online recipient of OIDR services. So generally, importation of services, the person liable to pay GST is the person who are situated in India. That means a recipient, that is RCM. Simple. But if the service is a OIDR services, you have to check that, my dear lovable students, whether the recipient is a taxable online recipient or non-taxable online recipient. If the recipient is a taxable online recipient, easy. Then, my dear lovable students, the recipient will pay tax under what CM? RCM. Otherwise, if the recipient is a non-taxable online recipient, he can't pay tax under RCM. So, it will shift to what? FCM. So, generally RCM. But in case of OIDR services, then the recipient is a non-taxable online recipient. Then what CM? FCM. Sir, in case of importation of OIDR services by a non-taxable what recipient? Supplier of the OIDR services is liable to pay GST. That is what GST? Is this FCM or RCM? So generally what CM? RCM, but this is FCM. And in case of importation of notified services through e-commerce operator, ECO is the person liable to pay IGST. E-commerce operator is the person liable to pay what? IGST. Comfortable, sir? That's it with regard to that. We will be see the same in a chart format. Who is the person liable to pay tax in case of OIDR services? You have to check whether the OIDR service provider is situated in. Then what is the problem for him? Then what is the problem for him? Let him provide service to a taxable online recipient or non-taxable online recipient. Comfortable, sir? In both the cases, service provider is the person liable to pay tax because he can pay tax at FCM. No need to go to or pass on to the credit to the RCM. Are you all really with me? But if the service provider is situated what? Outside India. Then provided to taxable online recipient. That is what recipient? Service recipient. Provided to non-taxable online recipient. Sir, service provider is situated in what? Outside India. Comfortable, sir? That's it with regard to one of the most important revision slot for our examination. That is section 7 subsection 1 clause B. One line summary is, sir, you can either import goods or import services. If you are importing goods, Customs Act will be applicable. If you are importing services, GST Act will be applicable. Section 7 is saying that supply includes importation of services for a consideration, whether or not in the course or furtherance of business. There are certain points to be highlighted. This is only importation of services and not goods. Service should be for a consideration, and service may be in the course or furtherance of. We are having related exemption, man. It is not covered in section 11 of the CGST Act, but it is covered in section 6 of the IGST Act. It is saying that if the service provider is situated outside India and the service recipient is one person among the 4%, it is exempt from GST. Number 1, if the service recipient is government, local authority or an individual for any purpose other than the purpose of trade, commerce, business or profession, are exempt from. And clause B, sir, if the service recipient is a registered charitable trust under section 12A or 12AB, they are importing services for the purpose of providing charitable activity in India, are exempt from GST. Service provider or education institution by way of supply of online periodicals and journals are exempt from GST. But this exemption will not be applicable to preschool education and education up to higher secondary or equivalent, and education as a part of approved vocational education courses. Yes, sir. And clause number C is, if the service provider is situated outside India and the service recipient is also situated outside India, this exemption is applicable. Are you all really with me? But for the first two people, we are having an exception. That is, sir, for the exemption, we are having an exception. That means it is taxable, which is nothing but OIDAR, Online Information Data Access or Retrieval Services. Comfortable, sir? So this is a summary which we have already told now with regard to the OIDR services. That means a one-line summary is the first two people you have to check. Are they importing OIDR services or other than OIDR services? If they are importing OIDR services, taxable, comfortable. If they are importing other than OIDR services, you have to check whether it is in the course or furtherance of business or not in the course or furtherance of business. If it is related to business or profession, taxable. Other than business or profession, then it is exempted, comfortable. Sir, with regard to import of services, always there is a doubt that who is the person liable to pay tax? Generally RCM. Because the recipient will be situated in India, he can take the registration and he can pay the tax. Right, sir? But in case of OIDR services, you have to check whether the recipient is a taxable online recipient or non-taxable online recipient. If it is taxable online recipient, he can still perform RCM. Whereas if the recipient is a non-taxable online recipient, he can't do the RCM, so it will fall under the what? FCM. Fantastic to the core. If you are importing services through e-commerce operator, then the e-commerce operator is a person liable to pay tax at RCM. Sir, that's it with regard to the revision of section 7 subsection 1 clause B. I hope that you are feeling so much comfortable, sir. We are continuing with the revision, sir. Sir, we have talked about schedule 1, schedule 2, schedule 3. There is schedule 1 called as deemed supply. So we are going to talk in depth of schedule 1. Sir, actually section 7 subsection 1 clause C is dealing with schedule 1. I named it as deemed supply. And section 7 subsection 1A is, sir, talking about schedule 2, that is classification. And 7 subsection 2, schedule 3, that is negative list. You tell me, we understood that an activity or transaction to be treated as supply, my dear lovable students, only if, sir, it is having certain components. One of the component is consideration. If no consideration, such an activity or transaction will never be treated as what? Supply. If it is not a supply, no GST will be attracted. Understood? But schedule 1 is saying that supply includes activity specified in schedule 1, made or agreed to be made without a consideration. Even though there is no consideration, there are certain activity or transaction which are covered in schedule 1 will be treated as supply. As per the schedule 1, there are 4 cases supply made without consideration will be treated as supply under section 7 of the CGST Act. Even though there is no consideration, only this 4 activity or transaction will be treated as what? Supply. Which comes to para 1, para 2, para 3 and para 4, my dear lovable students. Para 1 is permanent transfer or disposal of business asset where ITC has been avoided. That means there is a business asset. You purchase that business asset, you have taken ITC. You know, government gave you the ITC with the intention that with the sir intention that who you will hold that asset in the course or furtherance of business. But after taking ITC, you are changing. After taking ITC, if you are changing in the sense, means government is saying that permanent transfer or disposal of business asset where ITC has been availed, even though that you are supplying without consideration, will be treated as deemed supply. Will be treated as. Number 2 is supply of goods or services or both. So I am supplying certain goods or services or both between related person or between distinct person. Between related person or distinct person. That means that transaction or activity is between related or distinct person. Sir, who is related person? Who is distinct person? It is mentioned in section 25. It is mentioned in section when made in the course or furtherance of business. So sometimes head office may be there, head office may be transferring the goods or services or both to the branch office, or holding company may transfer the goods or services or both to the subsidiary company. So my dear lovable students, between these two guys, there won't be any consideration. Such a transaction will be treated as deemed supply. Comfortable? But we are having an exception to the para number 2. Exception to the para number 2 is saying that gift not exceeding 50,000 in value by a financial year by the employer to an employee shall not be treated as supply of goods or services or both. But if the transaction is between employer and employee and the value of gift does not exceed 50,000, it will not be treated as deemed supply, because section 56 subsection 2 clause 10 is applicable to all SSE. All SSE may receive gift either by way of cash or by way of immovable property or by way of other than immovable property. If it is by way of cash, if the aggregate amount of cash received during a previous year exceeds rupees 50,000, then the entire amount is taxable. If it exceeds 50,000, then only taxable. Comfortable? My dear lovable students, supply of goods. This is not supply of goods or services or both. This is only supply of goods by principal to his agent or agent to his principal. So principal is supplying goods to his agent or agent is supplying goods to the principal, where the agent undertake to such supply on behalf of the what? Principal. Or agent to his principal, where the agent undertake to receive such goods on behalf of the what? Principal. So this, the activity or transaction between principal and agent or agent and principal, even though there is no consideration, will be treated as deemed supply. And para 4, my dear lovable students, importation of services. You are importing services by a person from a related person or from any of his other establishment outside India in the course or furtherance of business. Just now we studied that if you are importing services, consideration is mandatory. That means if there is no consideration, it will not be treated as supply. Comfortable, sir? So my dear lovable students, section 7 subsection 1 clause A is saying that supply includes all forms of supply of goods or services or both, such as sale, barter, transfer, exchange, license, lease, rental or disposal, made or agreed to be made for a consideration by a person in the course or furtherance of business. So as per section 7 subsection 1 clause A, consideration is mandatory in order to treat an activity or transaction as supply. But schedule 1 is saying that even though there is no consideration, this 4 item will be treated as deemed supply. It is covered in para 1, para 2, para 3 and para 4. Para 1, permanent transfer or disposal of business asset where ITC has been availed. Supply between related or distinct person made in the course or furtherance of business. Supply of goods between principal and agent and importation of services. Comfortable? In that we are going to talk one para in detail, that is permanent transfer or disposal of business asset where ITC has been. Very simple, my dear lovable students. There is a business asset. You are running a business. You purchase the business asset. When you purchase the business asset, will you pay GST? Yes, sir. That paid GST you have taken as what? ITC. Once you have taken ITC, you are not supposed to sold that business asset, sir. If you sell that business asset, even without consideration, we will be treat it as deemed supply. So permanent transfer or disposal of what asset? Business asset. You have to check ITC has been availed, ITC has been not. If ITC availed, it is a deemed supply. ITC not availed, it is not a supply at all. Comfortable, sir? So my dear lovable students, the word transfer in this clause suggests that there should be another person who would receive the business asset at the other end. I'm a business person. I'm having a business asset. I was holding a business asset. I have taken ITC. After I taken the ITC, I'm transferring that business asset to the another person. That's what permanent transfer or disposal of business asset where ITC has been. Any kind of disposal or transfer of business asset made by an entity on a permanent basis, even though without consideration, qualify as. That's what it means, permanent transfer or disposal of business asset where ITC has been. So this clause is wide enough to cover transfer of business asset from holding company to subsidiary company for what consideration? Sometimes, sir, permanent transfer or disposal of business asset means sometimes holding company may transfer the business asset to the subsidiary company without consideration. That will be covered in this category. So, in order to tax it or treat it as a deemed consideration, the law is saying that it should satisfy this condition. What conditions are? Law require that such transaction should be treated as supply only when any ITC has been availed on the what asset. So one line summary of the entire discussion of this para is, in view of this condition stipulated, permanent transfer or disposal of business asset without consideration will not be covered within this para. Number one, business asset on which ITC is blocked. Because if the ITC is blocked, you would have not taken the or not available under the ITC. If that is the case, under this para it will not fall. And business asset, though eligible for what? ITC has not been availed by the what person. So two action you should do is a one line summary. Permanent transfer or disposal of business asset where ITC has been comfortable. If that is the case, even though there is no consideration, it will fall under the first para of the schedule 1. That's it. I'm moving into the second para. Second para is talking about, since it is second, it is talking about two things. Sir, supply of what or what or what. So this is not only applicable to goods, but also applicable to goods, services or both. Between related person. So related person 1 is there and related person 2 is there. So supply of goods or services or both between related person or distinct person as specified in section 25. Actually, who is related person are explained in explanation to section 15. Section 15 is the value of supply. In that value of supply, we have discussed that SRS condition has been satisfied. There should be supply of goods or services or both. Such supply should be to an unrelated person. So it is a moral responsibility of that section to explain who and all are related person. Comfortable? So who is related person is explained in explanation to section. Who are distinct person are covered in section 25. Comfortable? So supply of goods or services or both between related person or distinct person as specified in section 25 when made in the course or furtherance of business. So what is the one line summary? There is transaction between related person or transaction between distinct person. If it is made in the course or furtherance of business, it will be treated as deemed supply even if there is no consideration. Comfortable? So everyone, we are liable to know who and all are what person, related person. That's a big list, man. But I have classified that into two categories based upon relationship and based upon control. Based upon relationship, officers of directors of one another's business. In a business concern, my dear lovable students, if officers or directors of what? One another's business will be treated as what? Related persons. Legally recognized partners, sir, partners and the partnership firm are related person. Employer and employee are what person? Related person. Members of the same family, blood relationship, they are what person? And sir, I am the sole agent, sole distributor or sole concessionaire of the another person, then I will be called it as what person? Related person. And based upon control, my dear lovable students, one of them controls the other. One of them? One person is controlling the other person or third person control the other third person and such person together controls the third person. Two people are together controlling the third person or third person hold more than 25% of the voting stock of such person. So these people are called as related person. These people are called as related person. Can you repeat once again who and all are relative? Sir, officers or directors of one another's business, legally recognized partners, employer and employee, members of the same family, sole agent, sole distributor or concessionaire of the other. Based upon control, one of them controls the other, third person controls the other, such person together controls the third person holds more than 25% of the voting stock of such person. Right, sir? Sir, here there is a definition of family also very important for exam. Sometimes they will link the family related question. In the sense means members of the same family is there. What does it mean family? Family means spouse and children of the person. That is self, spouse and children. The second category, the second layer, the parents, grandparents, brothers and sisters of the person, if they are wholly or mainly dependent. Without dependency, self, spouse and children are relative. But the lower categories are like parents, grandparents, brothers and sisters of the persons are wholly or mainly dependent. If they are dependent, they form part of the family. Otherwise, they are not form part of the. I'm coming, man, my dear lovable students. These guys are related persons. So if any activity or transaction happen between these guys without consideration, that will be treated as deemed supply. That's our discussion. Number one, officers or directors of one another's business, legally recognized partners, and employer and what? Employee. So if employer is providing any services to the employee without consideration, it will be treated as supply, deemed supply. But for that, we are having an exception. This is what the exception to the employer-employee relationship. Threshold limit of how much? 50,000. And perquisite. Two things we have to talk. Very important area for examination. You have to revise very properly this area. You will be getting MCQ question. You will be getting 4-mark question for exam. For example, gift by the employer to the employee. That is, employer is giving a gift to the what? Employee. Actually, employer-employee relationship are covered in Schedule 1. But what GST Act is saying that if that gift amount not exceeding how much? In value in a financial year by the employer to the employee shall not be treated as supply of goods or supply of services or both. That means up to an amount of how much? 50,000, my dear lovable students, it will not be treated as deemed supply. Once it exceeds more than 50,000, then only it will be treated as deemed supply. And exception number 2, services by the dash to the dash. So who's the service provider? Employee is the service provider. And service recipient is what? Employer. It is never covered in the scope of the GST at all. It is covered in Schedule 3. It is covered in. So it must be noted that the service by an employee to the employer in the course or in relation to his employment is outside the scope of what? It is neither supply of goods nor supply of services. We will be discussing, sir, in Schedule 3. That is what list? Negative list. That is negative list. But sometimes, sir, various perquisites will be provided by the employer to the employee, like rent-free accommodation, motor car, medical facility, concessional loan, other perquisites, etc. Yes, sir. My dear lovable students, that is also a service has been provided by the employer to the employee without consideration. Actually, that has to be treated as deemed supply as per Schedule 1. But what GST Act is saying that services employer is providing to the employee in the course or furtherance of the employment. In the course or furtherance of the employment. Hence, it will not be subject to what? GST. So, if service such as membership of club, health and fitness center are provided free or charged to all the employees by employer, same will not be subject to what? GST. And at the time of providing these services by the employer to the employee, employer has to pay GST. Right, sir? That GST paid cannot be taken as ITC for the employer because it's a what credit? Blocked credit. It's a blocked credit. So what is this one-line summary of the entire discussion is, my dear? I'll be summarizing here. Relationship. The relationship may be either employer to what? Or employee to what? If it is employer to employee, it is covered in section 7, subsection 1, clause A, read with Schedule 1. Read with Schedule 1, and if you want further more deep, it is covered under para 2. Are you all really with me? but we are having exception to the employer to employee. What is that exception is talking about? Sir, if any service has been provided by the employer to the employee, it will be treated as deemed supply. But these two things will not be treated as deemed supply. Number one, perquisite. Sir, it will neither be treated as supply of goods nor be treated as supply of, because perquisites are provided by the employer to the employee in the course of employment. Number two, other than perquisite, that is what? Gift. You have to check the value of the gift, because perquisites means non-monetary consideration. Gift means monetary consideration. Comfortable. For non-monetary consideration, there is no limit at all. But for the monetary consideration, you have to check whether the value of gift is less than. It will not be treated as either supply of goods or supply of services. But if the value is more than 50,000, it is fully taxable. In excess of 50,000, it is fully taxable. Comfortable. But if the relationship is between employee to the employer, it is covered in Schedule 3. That is what list? Neither supply of goods nor supply of services. Comfortable? We are talking about para number 2. In that para number 2, two people are covered. Number one, supply of goods or services or both between related person. We have done with the related person. We understood who and all are related person. In that, one of the list was employer and employee. In that, we have analyzed the relationship. In that, if the relationship it is between employer to the employee, we understood that there are two exceptions to that. Number one is perquisite and number two is the cash gift. Sir, up to 50,000. Shall I proceed? Now we are going to understand who and all are the distinct person. Distinct person is not covered in explanation to section 15. It is covered in section 25. It is covered in 25 subsection 4 and 25 subsection 5. Section 25 subsection 4 is saying that separate registration make what person? Sir, I am having only one PAN, but I have taken registration in two places. Then, even though I am the same person, for the purpose of GST, I will be treated as two person. An establishment in another state is a what person? Separate person. Sir, I am having establishment in Chennai and I am having one establishment in other than Chennai. Then it will be treated as what person? Man, distinct person. Comfortable? So, section 25 subsection 4 is saying that separate registration make. And 25 subsection 5 is saying that establishment in another state is a. So because of treating like this, what are the issues in GST? Stock transfer or branch transfer between the head office and the branch without consideration will be subject to what? GST. Are you all really with me? Here you should be very clearly understand, sir, there are two type of supply will be there. One is interstate self-supply and intra-state self-supply. There are two type of supply. Very important area for exam. They will be testing in the computation of GST payable, the first area. If it is interstate supply means I am having one unit in Tamil Nadu and another unit in Kerala. Such a stock transfer, branch transfer or consignment sale shall be taxable under what? IGST. Even though such transaction may not involve payment of consideration. If it is interstate self-supply, even if there is no consideration, my dear lovable students, mandatory, it is taxable. It will be treated as deemed supply. But it is intra-state self-supply. That means I am having another unit, yes, but both the unit are inside Tamil Nadu only. Then these supplies are not taxable, subject to not opting for registration as what vertical? Business vertical. You should clearly understand this. Inside Tamil Nadu, I am having how many unit? 2 unit. Sir, unit number 1 in Tamil Nadu and unit number 2 also in Tamil Nadu. If these two are not separately registered, only one registration is there, but I am having how many unit? 2 unit. Then in that circumstance, I am supplying from unit 1 to unit 2 without consideration, my dear lovable students, it will not be treated as deemed supply. It will not be treated as. That means one line summary of the entire discussion is supply can be classified into two categories. Intra-state supply and if it is intra-state supply, you have to check whether it is single registration or if it is single registration, no supply. If it is multiple registration, it will be treated as distinct person and the transaction will be treated as supply. Comfortable? And if it is interstate supply, there is no question at all. Sir, if there is no consideration, it will be treated as what supply? Deemed supply. Are you all really with me? We have done with two para number 1 and para number 2. Para number 1 is permanent transfer or disposal of business asset where ITC has been awaited. Para number 2, supply of goods or services or both between related person or distinct person as specified in section 25 made in the course or furtherance of business. Comfortable? Coming to the para number 3, which is principal and agent. Here the highlight is only supply of goods is covered, not supply of both goods and services are covered. That is by a principal to his agent, where the agent undertake to supply such goods on behalf of whom? Principal. This is transaction number 1. Or by agent to his principal, where the agent undertake to receive such goods on behalf of the what? Principal. Are you all really with me? That means 2 characters are there. Number 1 is principal and number 2 is agent. Principal is supplying goods to the agent, or agent is receiving goods on behalf of the what? Principal. If that is the case, if there is no consideration, still it will be treated as what supply? Deemed supply. Are you all really with me? So look at here, man, the summary for your examination, LDR last day revision. Principal agent relationship classified into 2 categories, goods and what? Services. Goods may be without consideration or with consideration. If it is with consideration, it will be treated as supply. If it is without consideration, it will be treated as deemed supply. Comfortable? If it is services, my dear lovable students, it may be with consideration or without consideration. If it is with consideration, it is a supply. If it is without consideration, it is not a deemed supply. Because this is covered only for goods and not for. A very important point which I am going to discuss is, sir, how I will say that whether that guy is my agent or not. If I have you given the right to raise the invoice to that agent on behalf of you, if that is the case, that guy will be treated as an agent. That means, sir, goods is mine, but that agent should have the right to raise the invoice in the name of the agent. In the name of the. That means my goods, who should sell? Agent should sell. Whose name? Sir, how your goods can be sold by agent? That's what the principal agency relationship is all about. Comfortable? So, in order to determine whether a principal agent relationship fall within the ambit of para 3 of schedule 1 as discussed above or not, the deciding factor is whether the invoice for the further supply on behalf of the principal is issued by the who or not. Agent or not. That means if the agent is having the right to raise the invoice in the name of the agent on behalf of the principal, then only he will be treated as an agent for the purpose of para 3. A very important point for examination. They will be asking you whether this guy is agent or not. Comfortable? So the para number 1 is talking about permanent transfer or disposal of business asset where ITC has been avoided. Para number 2 is supply of goods or services or both between related person or distinct person as specified in section 25 made in the course or furtherance of business. And sir, para number 3 is saying that supply of goods between principal and agent or with the agent and the principal made in the course or furtherance of business. Comfortable? Coming to the last one, para number 4, importation of services. Importation of. Here you should have, sir, certain addition point. Importation of services by a person from a what person? That means the service provider should be situated outside India. Are you all really with me? And that guy should be a related person. Or from any of his other establishments situated outside India. Or from my own establishment which is situated where? Outside India. In the course or furtherance of business. In the course or? So, this is para number 4. 4 conditions should be satisfied. Number 1, you should do an importation of services without a consideration, because if it is with consideration, it will fall under section 7, subsection 1, clause B or C. B or C, importation of services. B, because importation of services for a consideration whether or not in the course or furtherance of business. If it is with consideration, it will fall under 7 subsection 1 clause B. If it is without consideration, 7 subsection 1. So, importation of services without a consideration from either related person or establishment outside India. And if it is in the course or furtherance of business, such an import will be treated as deemed supply. 4 conditions should be satisfied, because this is para number 4. Repeat once again. Number 1, there should be importation of services without consideration from a related person or establishment situated outside India, and it should be in the course or furtherance of business. Comfortable? So this is a one line last day revision for your exam. You are importing, are you importing services? Yes sir, it may be either with consideration or without consideration. If it is with consideration, 7 subsection 1 clause B, right sir? If it is in the course or furtherance of business, it is a supply as per section 7 subsection 1 clause B, and it is taxable supply subject to conditions under section 6 of the IGST Act. Are you remembering the exemption notification? But if it is in the not in the course or furtherance of business, you have to check whether it is OIDAR or other than OIDAR. If it is OIDAR, it is a supply as per section 7 subsection 1 clause B, and it is a what supply also? Taxable supply also, subject to condition under section 6 of the what Act? IGST Act. Whereas if it is other than OIDAR, it is a supply as per 7 subsection 1 clause B, and a taxable supply subject to condition under section 6 of the what Act? IGST Act. What is section 6 of the IGST Act? We have already discussed. Comfortable sir? Which is the related exemption. Whereas if it is without consideration, 7 subsection 1 clause C, read with what one? Schedule 1. From related or distinct person, and if it is in the, it will be treated as a deemed supply as per section 7 subsection 1 clause C. And in case of other cases, it is not a supply. Comfortable sir? So one line summary of the entire discussion is, an activity or transaction can be classified into two categories. Either it may fall under 7 subsection 1 or 7 subsection 2. If it falls under 7 subsection 2, stop there. Don't dig further. Because you understood that it is neither supply of goods nor supply of services. If it falls under 7 subsection 1, you have to check whether it is falling under 7 subsection 1 clause A. If it is not falling under 7 subsection 1 clause A, you have to check whether it is falling under either of the exception. 7 subsection 1 clause AA, 7 subsection 1 clause B, and 7 subsection 1 clause C. Comfortable? 7 subsection 1 clause C is very simple man. For activity, permanent transfer or disposal of business asset where ITC has been away. Supply of goods or services or both between related person or distinct person. Supply of goods between principal and end agent. Importation of services from related person or establishment situated outside India. Sir, made in the course or furtherance of business. Once an activity becomes supply, it has to be classified as either supply of goods or supply of services as specified in 7 subsection 1A in accordance with schedule 2. That schedule 2 will classify as either supply of goods or supply of services. Comfortable? With this background, we are moving into the classification. That is, sir, either supply of goods or supply of what? Services. I will give you a circumstance. You have to say that whether it is supply of goods or supply of services. Sir, I am going to talk about category number 1, transfer. Transfer of title in goods. Transfer of? You are transferring the title. That means both possession and title you have transferred. It is a supply of? Fantastic to the core. Transfer of right in goods. That means you have transferred only the possession. You have not transferred the title. It's a supply of services. Comfortable? Sir, transfer of title in goods. That's it. Title is transferring means, sir, ownership has been transferred. If ownership has been transferred, it's a supply of. So last day revision for your exam. The first category, first family is transfer. Transfer may be transfer of title in goods. It's a supply of goods. Sir, right to use is a supply of. Transfer of title in future, it may be either sale or return basis or hire purchase is the supply of goods. First family comes to an end. I'm moving to the second family man, which is land and building family. Comfortable? Sir, you are having a land and building. You are giving that land and building for either lease, tenancy, easement or license to occupy land. It is a supply of what? Services. Comfortable? Sir, you are having a building. With that building, you are giving for lease or letting out either wholly or partly of the building, including a commercial, industrial or residential complex for business or commerce. It's a supply of what? Services. Comfortable? Sir, one line summary of the entire discussion is whatever you are doing with the land and building is supply of services. Either you can give it for lease, tenancy, easement or license, or you are giving for lease or letting out either wholly or partly will be treated as what? Supply of services. Because there you are not giving the, You are not giving the title, you are giving only the possession. Are you all really with me? Number 3 is what? Treatment or process. That means, sir, if you are a job worker, principal will be there. You'll be working on whose goods, man? Principal's goods. Are you all really with me? It is a supply of what? Services. Comfortable, sir. Transfer of what asset? Business asset. That means you are having business asset. You are transferring that business asset. That only we have studied in Schedule 1. Permanent transfer or disposal of business asset where ITC has been availed. For there, if there is no consideration, it has to be treated as deemed supply. Question arises whether that is a supply of goods or supply of services. That has to be answered by Schedule 2. That's what answered by Schedule 2. Sir, goods forming part of the asset of the business. That means, my dear lovable students, sir, there are certain assets of the business which may be, sir, capital goods or raw material, whatever it may be, are transferred. You have sold that asset or disposed or of by under the direction of a person carrying on the business. That is, if I am the person who are carrying the business, if I am the owner of the business, I am saying that remove the goods, transfer the goods, dispose the goods. Yes, sir. As no longer to form part of those assets, it should be treated as supply of what? Goods. That means permanent transfer or disposal of business asset is a supply of goods. Is a supply of? Sir, if it can be either with the consideration or without consideration. If it is with the consideration, it will be treated as supply. If it is without consideration, it will be treated as deemed supply. That's it. That means you are running a business. In that business, you are having goods. You are transferring that goods. You are disposing that goods. Sir, it is on the direction of the owner of the business. It should be treated as supply of goods. But you are having 2 exceptions. In this 2 exception, it will not be treated as transfer. Business is transferred as going concern to what person? I was running a business, my dear lovable students. The business has been transferred to the another person as what concern itself? Going concern itself. Then it will not be treated as transfer of goods. Or business is carried on by a personal representative who is deemed to be a what person? Some other person is going to continue the business. For example, father was conducting the business, he died. His son is going to continue the business. In this circumstance, no need to treat it as supply of what, man? Goods. And I'm moving into situation number 2 of the transfer of what asset? Business asset. Look at here, man. Goods held or used for business are put to what use? Private use. For example, in a business, there was a laptop. That laptop was owned by the company, but it has been given to the managing director for its usage. Only possession is transferring there. We are not transferring the ownership. So it can't be supply of goods. It should be supply of what? Comfortable? So, my dear lovable students, transfer of business asset, last day revision for you. You can either do external transfer or do internal transfer. If it is external transfer, it is supply of goods. And if it is internal transfer, it is supply of services. Are you all really with me? If you are transferring both the possession and ownership, it should be treated as supply of goods. If you are transferring only the possession, then it should be treated as supply of services. Now the heading itself is supply of services. That means these activities or transaction has to be treated as supply of number 1, renting of what property? Anything related to immovable property are supply of what? Services. Comfortable? Next one, sir. Sir, your construction of a complex. That means you are contractor Nesamani. Contractor Nesamani is constructing a complex or constructing a building or constructing a civil structure or part thereof, including a complex or building intended for sale to a buyer, wholly or partly, except. So generally, if a contractor is constructing a building, it will be treated as supply of what? Services. But in these circumstances, sir, it will not be treated as supply of service. Number 1, where the entire consideration has been received after issuance of what certificate? Completion certificate. That means I completed the construction, then only I am selling the building. Then it is not a supply of services. Or after its first occupation, whichever is what? Earlier. So my dear lovable students, in these circumstances, that means you have to check when you are getting the consideration. If you are getting the consideration, sir, before completion certificate, it will be treated as supply of services. If you are getting the consideration after issuance of completion certificate, it will not be treated as supply of. Are you all really with me? Situation number 4, temporary transfer or permitting the use or enjoyment of any intellectual property right. Like know-how, patent, Copyright, trademark, license, franchisee or any other assets of similar nature other than goodwill will be there. I may allow this intangible asset to be used for other person. It is a supply of what? Services. Are you all really with me? Then anything you are doing with regard to the software is a supply of what? Services. Anything you are doing with regard to the software is a supply of services. Sir, agreeing to the obligation to refrain from an act, you are saying that I will not do anything. It's a supply of service. Or to tolerate an act or a situation, you are saying that, okay, fine, I will accept this, is a supply of service. Or to do an act, doing a thing is also a what? Supply of what? Services. Comfortable? Transfer of right to use any goods for any purpose, for cash, defer payment or other valuable consideration. You are just transferring the right to use. That means only possession is transferred, not the ownership has been transferred. Both has been transferred, it is a supply of goods. Sir, only one has been transferred, then it is a supply of services. Comfortable? So these will be treated as supply of services. Number one, renting of immovable property, construction of complex, sir, temporary transfer of intellectual property right, activities or transaction relating to information technology software. Comfortable? And the last set of our discussion, composite supply. Actually, this can be either treated as supply of goods or supply of services. But in act, the government is forced to choose one among them. So government said that works contract services, we are choosing as supply of services. And also, my dear lovable students, sir, supply by way or part of any service in any other manner whatsoever of goods being food or any other article for what consumption other than alcoholic liquor for human consumption, because alcoholic liquor for human consumption is nowhere covered. So my dear lovable students, sir, if you are supplying food, it should be treated as supply of what? Services. So we are having two composite supplies are there, works contract services and restaurant services. These two things, now for the time being, the government is treating it as supply of. Tomorrow, as per section 7, subsection 3, they may shift from the supply of services to the supply of goods. Getting it? That's it with regard to schedule 2, which is talking about classification, my dear lovable students. What is schedule 1? Deemed supply. How many activity? 4 activity. Para 1, para 2, para 3, para 4. What is para 1? Permanent transfer or disposal of business asset where ITC has been availed. What is para 2? Supply between related or distinct person made in the course or furtherance of business, which is nothing but the goods or service or both. Right, sir? Para 3, supply of goods between principal and agent. And para 4, sir, importation of services from a related person or establishment situated outside India made in the course or furtherance of business. Comfortable? And we are having schedule 2. They will give the transaction and they will ask you whether it is supply of goods or supply of. I'm moving into schedule 3, man, which is negative list. This is covered under section 7.2 of the CGST Act. Right, sir? Notwithstanding anything contained in subsection 1, activities or transactions specified in schedule 3 or such activities or transaction undertaken by the central government, state government or local authority in which they are engaged as public authority, as may be notified by the government on the recommendation of the council, shall neither be treated as supply of goods nor be treated as supply of. So what government is saying that we will put a list. Even though all the conditions of the supply has been satisfied, these are neither supply of goods nor supply of services. A very important list for examination. Number 1, actionable claim. A stands for other than specified actionable claim. Other than. So actionable claims are neither supply of goods nor supply of services. Other than what actionable claim? That means specified actionable claims are goods. Are what? Goods. That's why goods includes actionable claim. Comfortable? All goods are actionable claim, but other than specified goods are not actionable claims. Come on, betting, gambling, casinos, horse racing, lottery, online money gaming. These are treated as taxable actionable claim. If you are supplying this item, my dear lovable students, you are supposed to, sir, pay the GST, treat it as supply. So, actionable claims are covered in what 3? Schedule 3. Other than specified actionable. These are the specified actionable claim. Specified actionable claims are, my dear lovable students, treated as taxable item. Comfortable? So, actionable claims classified into how many categories? 2 categories. Specified actionable claim, other than specified action. Specified actionable claim are not covered under Schedule 3. Hence, it is liable to what? GST. So, these are the specified actionable claim. Lottery, betting, gambling and casinos, horse racing, and oh my god, online money. Whereas other than specified actionable claim are covered under what 3? That means it is neither supply of goods nor supply of. Examples are FD received, bill of exchange, promissory note, bank guarantees and all, sir, is neither treated as supply of goods nor be treated as supply of services. Comfortable? So A stands for actionable claim other than specified actionable claims. A stands for actionable claim other than. Coming to B, B stands for board. Board means functions performed by the member of parliament, member of state legislature, member of panchayat, member of municipality and member of other local authority. Sir, being in this body, if those members are providing services, it is neither supply of goods nor supply of services. Comfortable? And A stands for actionable claim other than specified actionable claim. B stands for board and C stands for court. Service by any what or what? Court or tribunal. Established under any law for the time being enforced. You know, D stands for district court. D stands for the court include district court, high court and supreme court. So A stands for actionable claims other than specified actionable claims. B stands for board. C stands for court. D stands for. E stands for employer-employee relationship. We already discussed this. The relationship can be classified into 2 categories, right, sir? Employer to employee, it is covered in. Whereas employee to employer, it is covered in. So service provided by an employee to employer in the course or relation to his employment. Comfortable, sir? So A stands for actionable claims other than specified actionable claims. B stands for board. C stands for court. D stands for district court. E stands for employer-employee relationship. F stands for funeral. F stands for, that is, you are providing a service relating to funeral, burial, crematorium or mortuary, including transportation of the deceased, will neither be treated as supply of goods or supply of services. செத்து போகும்போது அது நிம்மதியா செத்து போயிடு. G stands for ground. Ground means land. Sale of land. Actually, land is an immovable property. Land is an immovable property means it is not goods, it is a services. Right, sir? But what Schedule 3 is saying that land will neither be treated as supply of goods nor be treated as supply of. And what of building? Sale of building. Subject to para 5b of Schedule 2. Subject to para 5b means, my dear lovable students, you have to check when you have received the consideration. Whether you have received the consideration before the completion certificate or after the completion certificate. If it is before the completion certificate, supply of service. If it is after the completion certificate, it is neither supply of goods nor supply of services. This is what the one-line summary, man. Consideration can be received either before issuance of completion certificate or after issuance of. If it is before issuance of completion certificate, it is covered in Schedule 2 and it will be treated as supply of services. If it is after issuance of completion certificate, it is covered in Schedule 3 and it is supply of services. Comfortable? So A stands for actionable claims other than specified actionable claim. B stands for board. C stands for court. D stands for district court. E stands for employer-employee relationship. F stands for funeral. G stands for. H stands for holds a position. You can hold position number 1 or position number 2. Position number 1. Duties performed by any person who holds any post in pursuance of the Constitution in that capacity. We know the Constitution of India. Because of the Constitution of India, Prime Minister is there, C&H is there, so many people are holding the post, and by holding that post, if they are providing any services, it is neither supply of goods nor supply of services. Or duties performed by any person as chairperson or member or director in a body. So there is a body, in that body I am acting as a chairperson, member or what? Director. Either that body has been established by whom? Central government, state government or who is not deemed as an employee before the commencement of this class, my dear lovable students, will be treated as neither supply of goods nor supply of. These are the items related to services. Now the negative list item related to goods, man. We are having entry number 7, entry number 8A and entry number 8B. Sir, entry number 7 is saying that related to goods number 1, which is nothing. You are purchasing goods outside India. You are selling that goods outside India. It is neither supply of goods nor supply of goods in India. So supply of goods from a place in the what taxable territory to another place in the non-taxable territory without such goods entering into India. That's it. You are purchasing from outside India. You are selling outside India. Neither supply of goods nor supply of services. And related to goods, man, entry number 2, goods number 2, sale of warehouse goods to any person before clearance for what consumption? Home consumption. That means, sir, you brought the goods to India. You are selling that goods in India inside the warehouse. Neither supply of goods nor supply of services. And related to goods number 3. Supply of goods by the consignee to any other person by way of endorsement of document of title in goods. After the goods have been dispatched from the port of origin located where? Outside India, but before clearance from what consumption? That means in the high seas, you are selling the goods. You have, sir, loaded the goods from outside India. The goods are in the high seas. It is in the ship during the course of journey. You have sold that goods. It is neither supply of goods nor supply of services. Comfortable, sir? That's it with regard to the schedule 3 part number 1. Because you are having 2 part. Are you remembering? Activities or transactions specified in schedule 3 or such activities or transactions undertaken by the central government, state government or local authority in which they are engaged as public authority as may be notified by the government on the recommendation of the council shall neither be treated as supply of goods nor be treated as supply of. Sir, government has put 2 notification. Notification number 1, they have said that, sir, if government is doing any activity or transaction which is statutory function entrusted to a municipality under Article 243W or statutory function entrusted to a panchayat under Article 243G of the Constitution, will neither be treated as supply of goods nor be treated as supply of services. And number 2, one more notification they put, my dear lovable students. Sometimes the government may give license to the liquor. Then the, sir, notification services by way of grant of alcoholic license liquor against consideration in the form of license fee will neither be treated as supply of goods nor be treated as supply of. So government put 2 notification. What the 2 notification is saying that statutory function entrusted to a municipality under Article 243W or statutory function entrusted to a panchayat under Article 243G will neither be treated as supply of goods nor be treated as supply of. And grant of liquor license by what government? State government for a consideration will neither be treated as supply of goods nor be treated as supply of. People started doubt that, oh, any license given by the government will neither be treated as supply of goods nor be treated as supply of service. No, this exception is applicable only to the liquor license and not for any other license, my dear lovable students. That's it with regard to Schedule 1, Schedule 2 and Schedule 3. Schedule 1 is deemed supply, Schedule 2 is classification and Schedule 3 is negative list. Schedule 1, 4 paras are there. Schedule 2, they have classified into various categories. And Schedule 3 negative list, we are having A stands for actionable claims other than specified actionable claim. B stands for board. C stands for court. D stands for district court. E stands for employer and employee. And F stands for funeral. And G stands for ground. H stands for holds a position. And I stands for illa. Are you all really with me? One of the most important area for examination, all the schedules of section 7. I hope that you are so much comfortable with section 7 as of till now. We have to move into the types of supply. We are going to quickly revise what are the various types of supply. Sir, we are having different terminology for the supply such as exempt supply, non-taxable supply, taxable supply, inward supply and outward supply. My dear lovable students, we are having section 6 of the IGST Act and section 11 of the CGST Act. Right, sir? So, exempt supply means 3 things will be treated as exempt supply. Exempt supply is a supply which attract nil rate of tax. For all the nil rate, we will call it as what supply? Exempt supply. Or we are having section 11 itself, which may be wholly exempt from tax either under section 11 of the CGST Act or under section 6 of the IGST Act. Those supplies are called as exempt supply. And it includes non-taxable supply. And it includes. So 3 supply, we will cumulatively call it as exempt supply. A supply which attract nil rate of tax. Supply which may be wholly exempt from tax either under section 11 or under section 6 of the IGST Act, and it includes what taxable supply. This is the summary for the last day revision. Sir, exempt supply means, sir, supply which are taxable at nil rate, supply wholly exempt from CGST or SGST by way of notification, non-taxable supply. Comfortable? Sir, what is non-taxable supply? Question arises. Non-taxable supply should be a supply because non-taxable supply. So first of all, it should be a supply. So any activity or transaction, if it is leviable to GST, it is taxable supply. If it is not leviable to GST, it is non-taxable supply. So any activity or transaction which are leviable to GST na taxable supply, not leviable to GST na non-taxable supply. So we are going to talk about what is non-taxable supply. Non-taxable supply means a supply of goods or services or both. So it means supply of goods or services or both, which are not leviable to tax either under this act or under the IGST act. Are you all really with me? Example, supply of, sir, alcoholic liquor for human consumption. It is not leviable to GST. So it is called as what taxable supply? So the first one is the exempt supply. Three things are exempt supply. Number two, and the last one they are saying that it includes non-taxable supply. Non-taxable supply should be a supply first. And it is not leviable to what? GST. Now coming to the taxable supply. What supply, man? Taxable supply. Taxable supply means nothing. It is again, it should be a supply of what or what or what? Which is leviable to tax. So non-taxable supply means not leviable to tax. Taxable supply means leviable to tax. If anything is leviable to tax, my dear lovable students, it is called as what supply? We are having two types of supply. One is inward supply and outward supply. Inward supply means receipt of goods or services or both. If you are receiving goods or services or both, such a supply is called as inward supply. You can either purchase or you can acquire or any other means with or without consideration. That inward supply may be with consideration or basically purchases, sir, receipt or acquisition, we will call it as inward supply. Whereas my dear lovable students, what is with regard to what supply? Outward supply. Sir, in relation to a what person? Taxable person. This is the difference. Sir, inward supply means in relation to a person, simply a person. Whereas outward supply in relation to a taxable person means supply of goods or services or both, whether by way of sale, barter, transfer, exchange, license, lease, rental or disposal, made or agreed to be made by such person in the course or furtherance of business. In the course or furtherance of. So outward supply may be with the consideration or without consideration. Both are outward supply. Because they have not talked anything about the consideration at all. Because even deemed, sir, supplies are also outward supply. Their consideration itself won't be there. That is para 1, para 2, para 3, para 4. 4 activity or transaction we have discussed, right, sir? Those 4 activity or transaction, even though without consideration, will be treated as deemed supply. Whereas, my dear lovable students, inward supply, you look at it either with or without consideration. With or, they are specifically saying for, sir, with or without consideration. But here, they have not mentioned anything about the consideration. Comfortable, sir? These are the 5 types of supply. Number 1, terminologies. Either a supply will be categorized as exempt supply, or non-taxable supply, or taxable supply, or inward supply, or outward supply. I am coming to the composite and mixed supply. Sir, when I am supplying together, such a supply is called as composite supply or mixed supply. Such supply may be composite supply or. What is composite supply, sir? Composite supply means a supply. It's a type of supply made by a taxable person. Made by a. So if I am a taxable person, then it is, sir, first of all, the composite supply should be made by a to a recipient. To a. So supplier should be a taxable person and recipient should be there. Consisting of 2 or more taxable supply of goods or services or both. Consisting of 2 or more taxable supply of goods or service or both, or any combination thereof. Either I can supply goods, or I can supply service, or I can supply goods and services, which are naturally bundled. Which are that goods and goods or goods and services or service and services should be what bundle? And supplied in conjunction with each other in the ordinary course of business. That means normally I should supply. For example, if you are flying in an aircraft, sir, the main service the Indigo is providing is transportation of passenger. At that time, they are providing food also. So giving food plus the transportation services should be considered as composite supply under the GST, and one of which is a what supply? Principal supply. In that transportation of passenger or transportation of goods is the main component. Sir, that is a principal supply. So two supplies will be there in composite supply. One principal supply will be there and also ancillary supply will be there. So composite supply means a supply made by a taxable person to a recipient consisting of two or more supply of goods or services or both or any combination thereof, which are naturally bundled and supplied in conjunction with each other in the ordinary course of business, and one of which is a this is the summary of the definition when T stands for taxable person. It should be supplied by a and there should be a recipient. Sir, TR is situated in Tamil Nadu, consisting of two or more taxable supply, which should be what bundle? And it should be supplied in the ordinary course of business, and one of which is a so TR is situated in Tamil Nadu and his son's name is Silambarasan Simbu. Are you all really with me? Supplied in the ordinary course of business and one of which is the principal supply. So in composite supply, two supplies will be there. One supply is the principal supply and the other supply is the ancillary supply. Comfortable, sir? I am coming to the mixed supply, man. For example, if you are going to a mall and if you are purchasing a bucket of things, that means in one packet you are getting chocolate, cake, sir, sweets, sir, etc., etc., etc. Such a packet is called as what supply? Mixed supply. So mixed supply means two or more individual supply of what or what or what? Goods or services or both or any combination thereof made in conjunction with each other by a taxable person for a single price, where such the supply does not constitute a composite supply. First of all, my dear lovable students, that supply should not be a composite supply. In order to categorize a supply under mixed supply, first of all, that supply should not be a composite supply. Right, sir? First of all, that supply should not be a composite supply. Point number one. And you have to make so many individual supply and it should not be naturally bundled. It should not be naturally. If that is the case, such a supply is called as mixed supply. We understood what is composite supply and what is mixed supply. Comfortable? This table will categorize that. Naturally bundled. In composite supply, two supply will be naturally bundled. In mixed supply, no, sir. Supplied together, sir. Yes, sir. In both that, you will be supplying together only. Right, sir? Sir, can be supplied separately. Composite supply? No. Sir, if that is the case, it will not be a composite supply, it will be an individual supply. Comfortable? And mixed supply, yes. If you want, you can supply it separately because the people who are buying that is not buying for a particular product. They are buying it as a package. Sir, one of is the predominant for the recipient? Yes. When I am traveling in a flight, sir, transportation of passenger is the predominant thing. Food is not the predominant thing. If food is predominant, I would have gone to the restaurant. Right, sir? Here, no, nothing is predominant. In a package, so many items are there. Everything is having equal weightage. Are you all really with me? Other supply is not aim in itself of recipient. Yes, the other supply does not have its own aim. The only aim is transportation of what? Passengers. But no, everything is having equal weightage. Each supply price separately? No. Under both composite supply, in order to be a composite supply, two supply you should provide. In that, one of the supply should be principal supply and ancillary supply. For both, you should, sir, get single consideration. Even for mixed supply, 5 items you are supplying, each can be supplied separately, which are not naturally bundled, but for a consolidated price. Comfortable? Sir, can all supply be goods? Yes, possible. Can all supply are services? Yes, possible. Sir, one supply is goods and other is services? Yes, possible. Because any combination thereof. Any? Okay, sir. If an activity or transaction you can classify as either individual supply or composite supply or mixed supply as the case may be. If it is individual supply, that supply, that rate. No confusions are there. Sir, if it is composite supply, for example, sir, I am Indigo, I am transporting passenger. When I am transporting passenger, I am supplying food also. Sir, now this supply will not be categorized as individual supply. This supply will be categorized as composite supply. Once a supplier has classified a supply as composite supply, my dear lovable students, you have to tax it at the principal supply rate. That's what section 8 tax liability in case of composite, and many will be having a misunderstanding that section 8 means composite and mixed supply. No, section 8 is talking about, sir, what is the tax rate for composite and mixed supply. Sir, if it is composite supply, the rate of principal supply will be applicable. For example, transportation of passenger, it is 18%, whereas food is only how much percent? 5%. When you are supplying the food along with the transportation of passenger, for the whole consideration, you should charge 18%. This is what the rules of the composite supply is. Sir, if it is ulta, if it is the principal supply is 5% and ancillary supply is 18%, government is saying that we need only 5%. We are happy with the 5%. Comfortable? Sir, what with regard to mixed supply? In that box, sir, soap is there, cheap is there, lipstick is there, foundation is there, inter is there, final is there. Hello, sir. For that item which is having the most, sir, highest rate, so mixed supply comprises of, it will be taxable at the what rate of tax? So section 8 of the CGST Act, my dear lovable students, composite supply and mixed rate of tax of principal supply, such supply which attract highest rate of tax. Are you all really with me? This is what section 7 and section 8. Section 7 is talking about when an activity or transaction will be treated as supply. Section 8 is saying that after you treat it as a supply, it has to be either treated as individual supply or composite supply or mixed supply. If it is individual supply, that item's tax rate will be applicable, no discussion required. If it is, sir, composite supply, principal supply's tax rate will be applicable. If it is mixed supply, highest rate of tax rate will be applicable. We have completed section 7 and 8, my dear lovable students. Comfortable? I'm moving into charge of GST, man. Understood, sir? I understood that these activities or transactions are supply. If these activities or transactions are supply, the next question arises, who is the person liable to pay tax? Who is the person liable to pay tax? Right, sir? That is based upon whether if you are a supplier, you will fall under FCM or you fall under RCM or you fall under, sir, ECM. So CM is the target. Come on. Section 9 classified into 5 categories: 9.1, 9.2, 9.3, 9.4, 9.5. 9.1 levy and collection of CGST. Levy and collection of. So if you study section 9, levy and collection of what? CGST. 9.2 levy of CGST on petroleum products. Levy of CGST on. 9.3 is notified RCM. 9.3 is 9.4 RCM from unregistered person. RCM from 9.5 taxability of e-commerce operator. Taxability of. So we are having 9.1, 9.2, 9.3, 9.4, 9.5. What is 9.1? Levy and collection of CGST. What is 9.2? Levy of CGST on petroleum products. What is 9.3? Notified RCM. What is 9.4? RCM from unregistered person. What is 9.5? Taxability of e-commerce operator. Sir, you are having charge. Sir, we are having 3 type of charge. One is forward charge, reverse charge and eco charge. Are you all ready with me? Forward charge, there are 2 sections which are talking about forward charge, which are 9.1 and 9.2. 9.1 levy and collection of CGST. 9.2 levy of CGST on petroleum products. Are you all really with me? What section 9.1 is saying that there shall be levied a tax. That means we will levy a tax. Under the GST, we will levy a tax. That tax name is called Central Goods and Services Tax. What is the name of the tax? CGST. On all intra-state supply of goods or services or both. So as a supplier, if you make any intra-state supply of goods or services or both, on all the intra-state supply of goods or services or both, we will levy a tax called as Central Goods and Services Tax, except on the supply of alcoholic liquor for human consumption. But for alcoholic liquor for human consumption, we don't want GST because it is not under the ambit of the GST at all. It is outside the ambit of the GST. It is not a taxable supply. It's a non-taxable supply. Comfortable? On the value determined under section 15, for that we will determine the value of supply as per section what? 15. And the rate will not exceed 20%. The maximum rate we will charge will be 20%. As may be notified by the government on the recommendation of the council. And collected in such manner as may be prescribed. And we will say how you are supposed to collect that tax and shall be paid by the what person? Taxable person. So if you critically analyze 9 subsection 1, they are saying that government is saying that there shall be levied a tax. We will levy a tax. The name of that tax will be called the Central Goods and Services Tax. The name of that tax will be Central Goods and Services Tax. On all what states apply? They use the word all, for all. Are you all ready with me? That's what section 9 subsection 2 is saying, that levy of CGST on petroleum products. Sir, CGST on the supply of HP man. What man? HP man. H stands for high speed diesel, petroleum crude, motor spirit, aviation turbine fuel, and for natural gas. For this 5 item shall be levied with, sir, effect from such date as may be notified by the government on the recommendation of the council. Sir, for this GST is there. These items are not like alcoholic liquor for human consumption. For alcoholic liquor for human consumption, there is no what at all. GST at all. But for these 5 items, GST is there, but not now. But not now. For that, the date will be notified on the recommendation of the council. Till that, you are not supposed to collect the GST. Look at 9.1. That means 9.1 is levy and collection of GST. So levy is attracted and also collection is attracted. Whereas 9.2, only levy is attracted, collection is blocked for the time being. So even though section 9 subsection 1 use the word all, look at this conclusion. The levy under 9.1 is subject to the provisions of 9.2. So even though 9.1 has used the word all, you have to follow 9.2, my dear lovable students. That's it with regard to forward charge FCM. 9.1 is FCM, 9.2 is FCM. Coming to the RCM and 9.3 and 9.4. Sir, 9.3 is notified RCM, 9.4 is RCM from the unregistered person. What government is saying that we will put a notification. That is government may, on the recommendation of the council. That means after hearing from the council. By put a notification, they will put a notification. Specify category of supply of what or what or what. So in that notification, we will specify certain goods, specify services or both. Sir, the tax on which shall be paid on what charge basis? By the recipient of such goods or services or both. My dear lovable students, if you are the recipient of such goods or services or both, so we will put a notification on the recommendation of the council. Sir, in that notification, we will specify certain goods or services or both. If you are receiving that goods or services or both, then you are the person liable to pay tax on what charge basis. The supplier is exempted from paying the GST, and all provisions of this act shall apply to such recipient as if he is a person liable for paying the tax in relation to supply of such goods or services or both. Comfortable, sir? Whereas 9 subsection 4 RCM from what person? Unregistered person. That means in 9.3, what is the status of the supplier is irrelevant. If you are, sir, the recipient of the notified goods or services or both, the recipient is the person who are liable to pay tax on reverse charge basis. That's it. But 9.4 is saying that the same how we have put 9.3 notification, the same way the government may, on the recommendation of the council, we will put a notification. In that notification, we will specify class of what person? Registered person. That means the recipient should be a registered person, first of all. Not all registered person, class of registered person. Who shall, in respect of supply of specified category of what or what or what, received from a what supplier. That means a supplier should be an unregistered supplier, point number 1. Hello, sir. And the recipient should be a specified registered person, and supply should be a notified supply. Supply should be a, then pay the tax on what charge basis? Reverse charge basis, as the recipient of such supply of what or what or what. And all provisions of this act shall apply to such recipient. That means what 9.4 and 9.3 is saying, that government is saying that we will put a notification on the recommendation of the council. In that notification, we will specify certain goods or services or both. If you are receiving those goods or services or both, the recipient is a person liable to pay tax on reverse charge basis. This is what 9.3 language. Whereas 9.4 is saying that if you are satisfying 4 condition, if you are satisfying, because it is 9.4, supplier should be an unregistered person. Supplier should be a, and recipient should be specified registered person. And recipient should be, and supply should be specified supply of goods or services or both, then the person liable to pay GST is the registered recipient. If you are satisfying this four condition, my dear lovable students, you are liable to pay tax on RCM. So this is 9.3 RCM and 9.4 RCM. Are you all really with me? So what is 9.1? Levy and collection of CGST. What is 9.2? Levy of CGST on petroleum products. What is 9.3? Notified RCM. What is 9.4? RCM from unregistered person. And 9.5 is the e-commerce shop. What 9.5 is saying that the same way the government may, on the recommendation of the council, by notification, their duty is to put the notification. Very important, man. Specify category of services. In 9.3 both goods and services are covered. 9.4 both goods and services are covered. Whereas in 9.5, this is what 9.5 only services are covered. Are you all really with me? They have not covered the what? Goods. The tax on intra-state supply of which shall be paid by the what commerce operator? If such services are supplied through it. So we will notify certain services. If those services has been supplied through e-commerce operator, the person liable to pay GST is the e-commerce operator, and all provisions of this act shall apply to such what commerce operator? As if he is the person liable for paying tax in relation to such supply of services. Comfortable? So my dear lovable students, sir, you have to check that whether it is 9.1 or 9.2, which is talking about the FCM, 9.3 or 9.4, which is talking about the RCM, and 9.5 is talking about the ECM, eco charge. So charge under the GST may be either forward charge or reverse charge or eco charge. What was the forward charge? 9.1 and 9.2. What was the wording of 9.1? There shall be levied a tax called Central Goods and Services Tax on all intra-state supply of. Fantastic to the core. So now we are supposed to know what is the definition of the intra-state supply. So we are having two types of supply. Right, sir? Sir, you said 5 types of supply, like exempt supply. No, that are the terminologies we will use under this act. That are not types of supply. Types of supply may be either intra-state supply or interstate. What is intra-state supply is explained in section 8 of the IGST Act. 8 of the. That's what. So section 8 classified into two categories. 8.1 and 8.2. 8.1 intra-state supply of goods. 8.2 intra-state supply of services. Are you all really with me? Two characters are there, man. Where the location of the supplier. You hold it like that. Where the location of the. So you are the supplier of the goods. You have to see where he is situated. And the place of supply are in same state or same union territory. Same state or shall be treated as the intra-state supply. So when I will call it as intra-state supply, sir, hold it like this. Where the location of the supplier of goods and the place of supply of the goods are in the same state or same union territory, such a transaction will be treated as intra-state supply. Comfortable? So I should know two characters. Character number 1 and character number 2. Character number 1 is location of the supplier. And the what of supply? So place of supply of goods are explained in section 10 of the IGST Act. 10 again classified into two category. 10.1, 10.2. 10.1 again classified into 6 category. 10 subsection 1 clause A. 10 subsection 1 clause B. 10 subsection 1 clause C. 10 subsection 1 clause CA. 10 subsection 1 clause D. 10 subsection 1. So by stepping to section 10, you have to find out the place of. So first apply section 10, then apply section 8 subsection 1. Comfortable? So, sir, if the location of the supplier of goods and the place of supply of goods are in the same state or same union territory, it shall be treated as the intra-state supply of what? That means if two characters are in the same state or two characters are in the same union territory, it shall be treated as intra-state supply of. Like that, you should not think. That's what intra-state supply exception. We are having 3 exception, man. Exception 1, exception 2 and exception 3. Exception 1, supply of goods to or by SEZ developer or SEZ unit. Either you are supplying to SEZ developer or supply is making from SEZ developer. It is not an intra-state supply. That means it is an interstate supply. Comfortable? Goods imported into the territory of India till they cross the custom frontiers of India. You are bringing the goods from outside India till the custom frontier of India. My dear lovable students, it is not an intra-state supply. It should be treated as an interstate supply. Supply made to a tourist referred in under section 15. Tourist means a person who are going to leave India. If you are supplying to that person, it cannot be intra-state supply. It should be interstate supply. Comfortable? That is a language of 8 subsection 1. Now I am moving into 8 subsection 2 with reference to what? Services. With reference to what? My dear lovable students, if the location of the supplier of the service, earlier what I said was location of the supplier of the goods. Now I am going to say location of the supplier of the and the place of supply of services are in the same state or same union territory. It shall be treated as intra-state supply. Comfortable? For that means you should know what is the place of supply of services. Don't go and check section 10 because section 10 is applicable for place of supply of. Please go and check section 12. Section 12, sir, is talking about the place of supply. So first apply section 12 of the IGST Act. Then come and check section 8 subsection 2 of the IGST Act. Comfortable? For intra-state supply of goods, we are having 3 exceptions, right, sir? For intra-state supply of services, we are having only 1 exception. Number 1, sir, supply either you are making to or by an SEZ developer or SEZ unit. If you are making, you are supplying service to an SEZ or you are supplying from an SEZ, my dear lovable students, it is neither, sir, not a intra-state supply of services. It is a. Now coming to the very important point, man, this may be tested in exam as MCQ, section 9 of the IGST Act. Sometimes what the supplier will do, no, supplier will go and sit in the territorial waters of India. He will not do the supply inside the India. He will go and sit here, territorial waters of India. Because up to 12 nautical miles, we will call it as territorial water, up to India only. Comfortable? So where the location of the supplier, it may be either supplier of goods or supplier of what? Services. If he is in what water? Territorial. Then, or the place of supply is in the territorial water. That means if either you are getting location of the supplier or the place of supply, the answer is in what water? Territorial. Then you should take the, sir, the coastal state or what territory? Where the nearest point of the appropriate baseline is located. That means, sir, from this territorial water, if Goa is near, Goa is the place of supply. If Kerala is near, Kerala is the place of supply. If Tamil Nadu is near, Tamil Nadu is the place of supply as per section 9 of the IGST. That means 2 characters are there. Number 1, location of the supplier and place of supply. If they are in same state or same union territory, they shall be treated as intra-state supply of goods or services. Comfortable, sir? Sir, I will give you an example. You try to answer it, man. Location of the supplier. He is in Punjab. Place of supply is also in Punjab. Is it intra-state supply? Yes, sir. London. Supplier is situated in London. And place of supply is in Delhi. It is not an intra-state supply. Hello, sir? Sir, location of supplier in Delhi and the place of supply in Gujarat. No, it's not an intra-state supply. Puducherry. Yes, sir. Sir, the supply is a intra-state supply. That's it with regard to section 9.1, 9.2, 9.3, 9.4, 9.5. Comfortable? Yes, coming to section 5, man. Section 5, the same similar flow. 5.1, 5.2, 5.3, 5.4, 5.5. What is 5.1? The levy and collection of IGST. What is 5.2? Levy of IGST on petroleum products. What is 5.3? Notified RCM. What is 5.4? RCM from unregistered person. What is 5.5? Taxability of. Again, section 5 can be classified into 3 charge: forward charge, reverse charge, eco charge. Are you all really with me? We are having 2 sections talking about forward charge. It is just a repetition only, right, sir? Which is 5.1 and 5.2, right, sir? 5.1 levy and collection of IGST. 5.2 levy of IGST on. Find the same language. Instead of CGST, you use the word. So there shall be levied a tax. We will levy a tax called, what is the sir, name of that Chellakutti? Integrated goods and services tax on all interstate supply. There it was. Here it is. Of goods or services or both, except on the supply of the alcoholic liquor for human consumption. This is a not taxable supply. On the value determined under section 15, this is a highlight. The value of supply, whether it is CGST or IGST, will be calculated as per section 15 only. Whether it is for goods or services, it will be calculated as per section 15 only. At such rate, not exceeding 40%. Because there it was 20 plus 20 comes to, as may be notified by the government on the recommendation of the council, collected in such manner as may be prescribed, shall be paid by the taxable person. Shall be paid by the. So, my dear lovable students, sir, instead of 9-1, we are having 5-1. Comfortable? Sir, we are having HP man. With regard to intra-state supply of HP man, levy is there, but collection has not started. The same way, interstate supply of HP man, levy is there, but collection has not started. So, the integrated tax on the supply of high-speed diesel, petroleum crude, motor spirit, aviation turbine fuel, natural gas shall be levied with effect from such date as may be notified by the government on the recommendation of the council. So, even though 5-1 using the word, there shall be levied a tax called integrated goods and services tax on all. That all the levy of 5-1 is subject to provisions of 5. Getting it? Coming to the reverse charge one, we are having two reverse charge are there. 5-3 reverse charge and 5-4 reverse charge, which is exactly equal to the 9-3 bar 9-4. Comfortable? Sir, 5-3 is notified RCM and 5-4 is RCM on notified goods or services. Comfortable? Sir, the government may, on the recommendation of the council, they will put a notification. In that notification, government will specify the category of what or what or what. They will say that for these goods or services, if you are receiving these goods or services, the recipient is the person liable to pay tax on what charge basis. So, the tax on which shall be paid on reverse charge basis by the recipient of such what or what or what. And all the provisions of this act shall apply to such a recipient as if he is the person liable for paying the tax in relation to supply of such goods or services or both. So, government will put a notification on the recommendation of the council. In that notification, they will specify certain goods or services or both. If you are receiving those goods or services or both, the recipient is the person liable to pay tax on reverse charge basis. Comfortable? Sir, as we all know that 9-4 condition should be satisfied. The same with regard to 5-4 also. The same 4 conditions should be satisfied. Supplier should be a, recipient should be a specified registered person, and supply should be specified supply of goods or services or both. And then the person liable to pay GST is the. Sir, we already discussed 9-5. 9-5 is applicable only for services. The same way, if notified services has been supplied through the e-commerce operator, the person liable to pay GST is the e-commerce operator. Right, sir? So, under 9-3, government will put a notification. Sir, under 5-3, government will put a notification. Under 9-4, 5-4, government will put a notification. And under 9-5, 5-5, government will put a notification. If you look at 9 and if you look at 5, in 5 they are saying that there shall be levied a tax called integrated goods and services tax on all interstate supply of. Sir, question arises, sir. What is interstate supply? That is covered in section 7 of the VAT Act. So, intra-state supply is covered under section 8 of the IGST Act. Interstate supply is covered under section. So, supply can be classified into two categories. Intra-state supply or interstate supply. Intra-state supply may be intra-state supply of goods and intra-state supply of. Intra-state supply of goods is section 8.1 of the IGST Act. Intra-state supply of services are 8.2 of the IGST Act. Now we are going to talk about interstate supply. It is interstate supply of goods or interstate supply of services, which is 7.1 of the IGST Act or 7.3 of the. Sir, what the 7.1 is saying that the 7 can be classified into 3 categories with reference to goods, with reference to services and other interstate supply. Comfortable? What is with reference to goods, sir? Sir, interstate supply of goods. Very simple, man. Again, 2 characters are there. Sir, where the location of the supplier of goods. Feel it? Where the location of the supplier of goods and the place of supply of goods and place of supply of are in two different state, two different union territory, or in one state and in another union territory shall be treated as supply of goods in the course of interstate trade or commerce. Comfortable? So one character in one state, another character in another state. One character in one union territory, another character in another union territory. One character in one state and both are there in the one state and the another union territory. It shall be treated as interstate supply of goods. Sir, we already discussed the exception. We were having 3 exceptions to the intra-state supply of goods. Are you remembering? That has been included, man. Sir, as per 7(2) of the IGST Act, if you are importing goods from outside India to India, it will be treated as interstate supply of goods. Interstate supply of. That's it. We are done with the goods. Now I am going to talk about with reference to what? Which is 7(3) and 7(4), which is nothing but, man, you have to keep again like this, where the location of the supplier of the services or the place of supply of the services are in two different state, two different union territory, or one in one state and another in another union territory shall be treated as supply of services in the course of interstate trade or commerce. Comfortable? We were having exception, my dear lovable students. Sir, if you are importing services, it will not be treated as intra-state supply. It has to be treated as interstate supply as per section 7 subsection 4. So, importation of goods is a interstate supply as per 7(2). Importation of services is a interstate supply as per 7(4). Coming to the last one, man. Sir, other interstate supply. These 3 things will be treated as interstate supply. Section 7 subsection 5 clause A, 7 subsection 5 clause B, 7 subsection 5 clause C. If the supplier is situated in India, and if the place of supply is in outside India, then it is a interstate supply. Then it is a, which is nothing but export of goods or export of services. So export of goods and export of services are, and if supply is from or to SEZ is a interstate supply, because already it has been excluded from the intra-state supply. Comfortable? And if the supply is not intra-state supply, then it is a interstate supply. Comfortable, sir? These are the other interstate supply. Balance, miscellaneous, sir. So, if you are exporting goods, interstate supply. Exporting services, interstate supply. Supplying to an SEZ or from an SEZ, it is a, if any supply which are not categorized as intra-state supply should be categorized as. That's it with regard to 7. So, one line summary of the entire discussion is character of section 7. 2 characters will be there. Location of the supplier and the, they may be in 2 different state or 2 different union territory or 1 state and 1 union territory. If that is the case, my dear lovable students, they will be treated as interstate supply. So this is the one line summary. Section 7 IGST Act last day revision with reference to goods, with reference to services and other interstate supply. With reference to goods, 2 sections are there, 7(1) and 7(2). 7(1) is saying that if 2 characters are in 2 different state, 2 different union territory, one in one state and another in another union territory, it will be treated as interstate supply. If you are importing goods from outside India to India, it's an interstate supply of goods. Sir, 7(3) is saying that, sir, if the 2 characters are in 2 different state, 2 different union territory, one in one state and another union territory, it will be treated as interstate supply of services. If you are importing services, man, it will be treated as interstate supply of services. Sir, 7(5) is 3 things are there. Number 1, export of goods or export of services are interstate supply. If you are supplying to an SEZ or from an SEZ is an interstate supply, and any supply which cannot be categorized as intra-state supply will be treated as the interstate supply. Comfortable? Yes, so, I will give you one example, man. You try to answer this based on that. Supply of goods from one state or union territory to another state is a dash state supply. As per what section? 7(1). Supply of service from one state or union territory to another state or union territory. Interstate supply of services. As per what section? 7(3). Import of goods till they cross the custom frontier. 7(2). Import of services. 7(4). Export of goods or services. 7 subsection 5 clause A. Supply of goods or services to or by SEZ. 7 subsection 5. Supply to international tourist. 7 subsection 5 clause C. Because anything which you are not able to categorize as, you can categorize as any other supply in the taxable territory which is not intra-state supply. 7 subsection 5 clause C. Comfortable, sir? So last day revision, man, you can do either import or you can do export. In that import, I can import of goods or import of services. It will be treated as interstate supply as per section 7.2 of the IGST Act. If you are importing services, sir, it will be treated as interstate supply as per 7.4 of the IGST Act. Comfortable? Sir, you can either export of goods or export of services. You do either export of goods or export of service. Both are as per section 7 subsection 5 clause A of the IGST Act. Getting it? That's it with regard to 9.1, 9.2, 9.3, 9.4, 9.5, 5.1, 5.2, 5.3, 5.4, 5.5. What is 9.1? Levy and collection of CGST. What is, sir, 9.2? Levy of CGST on petroleum products. What is 9.3? Notified RCM. What is 9.4? RCM from unregistered person. What is 9.5? E-commerce operator. Sir, under 9.3 or 5.3, government has put a notification. Under 9.4 or 5.4, government has put a notification. Under 9.5 or 5.5, government has put a notification. Our next target is, we are going to talk about what is a 9.353 notification, 9.454 notification, 9.555 notification. I hope it is very comfortable for you to revise the entire GST. If that is the case, man, where is a grand clap? So we understood that under 9353, 945, sir, 9454 and also, sir, 9555, government will put a notification. We are going to talk about the notification, man, sir. 93 will be quickly recalling what is the words. There is a government may, on the recommendation of the council, they will put what? Notification. Specify certain category of goods or services or both. So government, after getting the recommendation from the council, they will put a notification. On that notification, they will mention certain goods or services or both. And if you are receiving those goods or services or both, recipient is the person liable to pay tax on reverse charge basis. And all provisions of this act will be applicable to that recipient who are receiving such goods or services or both. Are you really with me? Sir, RCM is, sir, as we already discussed, government will put a notification. In that notification, they will mention both the goods and services, right, sir? This goods list has been newly added in our list. This will be tested for examination MCQ, my dear lovable students. Sir, if the supplier is an agriculturalist, supplier is a, so who's supplying goods, man? Agriculturist. And the recipient is any registered person. Any registered person is the person liable to pay tax on RCM. So who's the supplier? Agriculturalist. And who's the recipient? Any registered person. A registered person is the person liable to pay. Again, when supplier is the agriculturalist. And sir, here the goods are cashew nuts. What, man? Cashew nuts. That is also very important. Who's the supplier? Agriculturalist. Recipient? Any registered person. And the goods are cashew nut. Then the registered person who are receiving the goods is the person liable to pay tax on reverse charge basis. Sir, again, supplier is a agriculturist, recipient is a registered person, and the goods are BD wrapper leaves, tendu leaves, TCS, in that we have discussed. So if the goods are tendu leaves, my dear lovable students, then the recipient being a registered person is a person liable to pay tax on reverse charge basis. Again, sir, supplier is an agriculturist and recipient is any registered person. If the goods are tobacco leaves, then the recipient is liable to pay tax on reverse charge basis. First one is what? Cashew nut, BD wrapper, tobacco leaves. Right, sir? Yes, sir. Coming to the following essential oil, other than those of citrus fruit. Government don't like citrus fruit. Of peppermint, that is mentha piperita or other mints. Sir, if these oils, my dear lovable students, if the supplier is an unregistered person and recipient is a registered person, recipient is a person liable to pay. Number one, sir, spearmint oil, water mint oil, horse mint oil, bergamot oil or mentha arvensis. If any oil of this type has been supplied by the unregistered person to the registered person is the person liable to pay tax on reverse. Coming to the next one, man, silk. Sir, silk yarn. Sir, supplier is a person who manufacture what yarn? Silk yarn from raw silk or silkworm cocoons for supply of silk yarn, and the recipient is any registered person. So supplier is unregistered person and they are manufacturing silk yarn, and the recipient is a registered person. They are supposed to pay tax on. Next one, man. A supplier is the agriculturist and recipient is any registered person, and the goods are raw cotton. The recipient is a person liable to pay tax. Supply of lottery. Supply of what? Lottery. Supplier is state government, union territory or any local authority. Recipient is lottery distributor or selling agent. The recipient is a person liable to pay tax on reverse charge basis. Used vehicle, seized and confiscated goods, old and used goods or waste and scrap. Supplier is the central ministry, that is railway, government, sir, and the recipient is the registered person. The registered recipient person is a person liable to pay tax on. Priority sector lending certificate, any registered person to another registered person, then priority sector lending certificate, the recipient is the person liable to pay tax. So these are the notified goods, man. Number one, cashew nut, BD wrapper, tobacco leaves, oils of the notified category, then silk, then raw cotton, supply of lottery, used vehicles, seized and confiscated goods. This is newly added. You will be getting MCQ or sir 2 or 3 mark question for examination. This is with regard to the goods. Coming to the services, man, it's a big list, man. So we have classified into 5 category. Number 1 is agent. Number 2 is job. Number 3 is immovable property. Number 4 is original work, and number 5 is bank. Sir, in that the agent, goods transport agent, insurance agent, recovery agent, legal services by arbitral tribunal, security services and sponsorship services. Yes, sir. With regard to goods transport agent, my dear lovable students, I'm going to talk about GTA. The supplier of services should be GTA. And recipient of services should be 7 specified person located in the taxable territory. Then the 7 specified person located in the taxable territory is the person liable to pay tax on reverse charge basis. Comfortable? Question arises, who are the 7 specified person? Number 1, factory, society, cooperative society, registered person, body corporate, partnership firm, whether registered or not, and casual taxable person. So if the service provider is GTA and the service recipient is 7 specified person located in taxable territory, 7 specified person located in taxable territory is the person liable to pay GST on reverse charge basis. But sir, forward charge in case of GTA paying how much percent of GST? 12% of GST. If the service provider is paying, that is the GTA would like to pay tax at how much percent? 12%. Then my dear lovable students, sir, it is not RCM, it is FCM. Right, sir? Exception to the RCM. RCM not applicable if the recipient registered only for the purpose of what? Because we are having 7 specified person. In that 7 specified person, factory is there, society is there, cooperative society is there, registered person. Sometimes that guy may be taken registration exclusively for the purpose of what? TDS. Then RCM provision will not be. My dear lovable students, as per section 51, only these people are liable to take the registration under TDS. You should be a department or establishment of central government or state government or union territory or local authority or governmental agency which has taken registration under the what act? CGST Act. Only for the purpose of deducting TDS under section 51 and not for making any taxable supply of goods or services or both. Are you all really with me? Yes, sir. Sir, as we discussed that if GTA want, they can adopt FCM. Once they adopt FCM, man, if they have excised the option to pay tax under what charge? For a particular what year? Financial year. Then it shall be deemed that option as excised for the next and future what year also. That means once the GTA has provided or opted for FCM, it is lifelong. Unless GTA files a declaration that it want to revert to the what charge mechanism. So if they want to come back to RCM, they have to go and file a declaration to the department that I don't want FCM, I want to travel back to the. Otherwise, the FCM will be lifelong applicable. Comfortable? So one line summary of the entire discussion is GTA reverse charge and overview, man. So person liable to pay tax under GTA service where recipient is one of the specified recipient, that is 7 specified person, right sir? Sir, GTA excises the option to pay itself. That means they are having 2 options. That means they adopted the what CM? FCM. Either at 12% or at 5%. So don't have a misunderstanding that once the GTA adopted FCM, always 12%. No. By adopting FCM also they can travel through 5%. Right, sir? So by adopting FCM, they can pay either 12% or 5% as the. Once they adopted FCM, the person liable to pay GST is the whom? GTA. Comfortable. And GTA does not excise the option to itself pay the tax. That means GTA is saying that we don't want the FCM. Sir, let the recipient pay the tax on RCM. Then GST payable at how much percent? Under what charge? And person liable to pay GST is the recipient, my dear lovable students. Comfortable? So, one line summary of the entire discussion is very simple. If the service provider is GTA and the service recipient is 7 specified person located in taxable territory, the 7 specified person located in taxable territory is a person liable to pay tax on reverse charge basis. Comfortable? Now we are having exemption under section 11. Sir, even though you are GTA, sir, these are exempted services. Service provided by GTA by way of transportation in a what carriage? These goods, number 1, relief material. What material? Defense or military equipment, agricultural produce, milk, salt and food grains including flour, rice and pulses, organic manure, newspaper or magazine, very important, registered with the registrar of newspaper. These are called as specified goods. If a GTA is transporting specified goods, that is exempt from GST. Comfortable? This is exemption number 2. Service provider is GTA and service recipient is a unregistered person, including a unregistered casual taxable person. Unregistered is exempt from GST. However, this exemption will not be applicable to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. For these 6 people, this exemption will not be applicable. That means even though these 6 people are unregistered person, they can't enjoy this benefit. Number 1, any factory, society, cooperative society, body corporate, partnership firm or casual taxable person registered. Because all these 6 people are business people. So business people, if they are unregistered person, let them take GST on a compulsory basis. Are you really with me? Now the service provider is GTA and service recipient has taken registration solely for the purpose of deducting what? TDS is exempt under section 11 of the CGST Act. Comfortable? Sir, and the last one is if you are having a means of transport, you are giving that lorry to hire to a GTA. From that you are getting some rent. It is exempt from what? GST. These are the 4 exemptions which are applicable to GTA. That's it, man. G stands for goods transport agent. And I stands for what agent? Quickly we can go through. Sir, supplier of the service is what agent? And the recipient is any person carrying on the insurance business located in the recipient is a person liable to pay tax on reverse charge basis. So the insurance agent may be individual, right sir? Person who are carrying the insurance business may be company. You tell me, insurance agent is strong or insurance company is strong? So let the strongest person, the company, pay tax on RCM. That's what insurance agent. Next one, recovery agent. They will provide recovery services. So recovery agent may be individual, right sir? They will provide service to banking company, financial institution and NBFC located in. You tell me who is strong? Banking company, financial institution and NBFC located in. Let them pay tax on RCM is what the recovery agent. Comfortable? Legal services by what tribunal? They will provide legal services. The service provider will be what tribunal? And the service recipient will be any business entity located in the taxable territory. So let the business entity located in the taxable territory pay tax on reverse charge basis. Comfortable? Security services, man. Sir, what service they will provide? They will provide security services. They will provide? Sir, security means you need a strong security or a weak security? Strong security. So if the supplier is any person other than body corporate, sir, if they are body corporate, already they are strong. So they themselves can pay tax on FCM. If the supplier is other than what corporate? Body corporate. You have to check any registered person located in the. Then, my dear lovable students, RCM will be applicable because the weak is providing to a strong. Comfortable? Who is weak, man? Other than body corporate is weak. If the recipient is a registered person, they are very strong. Then, sir, RCM will be. Sir, RCM will not be applicable if the recipient registered only for the purpose of what? TDS. And if the recipient is a composition dealer. Are you all really with me? Sir, if the recipient has taken registration solely for the purpose of deducting what? TDS, then this RCM will not be applicable. And if that guy is covered under section 10, that is what dealer? Composition dealer, this will not be. Last day revision chart for you, man. Security services, you have to check the service provider. Service provider may be body corporate or other than body corporate. If the service provider is a what corporate, then what charge? Forward charge. If it is other than body corporate, check the service recipient. Here we are going to check the service recipient. Now the service provider is weak. You should, sir, prove that service recipient is strong. Then only RCM will be. Sir, service recipient, sir, registered person or unregistered person. Registered person, sir. Sir, he has taken registration under section 51 or composition levy under section 10. It is what charge? Forward charge. Other than TDS under section 51, composition levy under section 10 means. And unregistered person means forward charge. Because why are you going again to a week? Right, sir? That's it, comfortable, sir. Sponsorship services, one of the most important adjustment, man. Supply of services may be any person. The supplier may be any person. But the recipient of the sponsorship service should be either body corporate or located in the taxable territory. Are you all really with me? That's it with regard to the girls comes to an end. Are you all really with me? G stands for goods transport agent, insurance agent, recovery agent, legal services by arbitral tribunal, security services and sponsorship services. Are you all really with me? Coming to the job, man, sir, who's the supplier? An individual advocate. What advocate? What service they will provide? Legal services they will provide. What services? So, my dear lovable students, an individual advocate, including a senior advocate or a firm of advocate. Right, sir? Who's the recipient? Any business entity located in the taxable territory. So what GST Act is saying that let the, sir, individuals that advocate provide the services, those who are receiving the business entity, let them pay tax on what charge basis? Reverse charge basis. Comfortable? Next one, service provided by government or local authority to a what entity? So who's the service provider? Government or local authority. Who's the service recipient? Business entity. Let the business entity pay tax on reverse charge basis. Are you all really with me? So one line summary of the entire discussion is, if the supplier of the service is central government, state government, local authority or union territory, and if the recipient is any business entity located in the, that business entity located in the taxable territory is the person liable to pay tax on reverse charge basis. But this rule is having exception. Sir, for this 4 category, RCM will not be applicable, FCM will be applicable. That the government itself will pay the tax. Number 1, sir, service provided by Department of Post and what railway, and service provided by aircraft or vessel either inside or outside the presence of the port or airport, and transportation of goods and passengers and renting of immovable property. For these 4 services, my dear lovable students, always FCM, RCM concept will not be. That's what they are saying here. Service supplied by central government, state government, union territory or local authority. Excluding. Excluding in the sense means for this item, RCM concept will not be. Number 1, renting of immovable property. Number 2, services specified below. Number 1, service provided by Department of Post. Service in relation to aircraft or vessel either inside or outside the, and transportation of goods and passengers. Comfortable? Sir, the next one is director of a company or body corporate. Director of a company or? My dear lovable students, if the supplier is director of a company or body corporate, and if the recipient is a company or body corporate located in, the company is a person liable to pay tax on RCM, because director means individual. They are not very strong. But company means, sir, they are very strong. So let them pay tax on what charge basis? That director may be non-executive director or what? If he's non-executive director, RCM provisions will be applicable. Executive director means employee. Sir, employee relationship is covered in Schedule 3. It is not at all a what? Supply. If it is not at all a supply, where the question arises whether he is liable to pay GST or not. Comfortable, sir? Coming to RCM and third set of category is what? What property? Immovable property. Immovable property, what they are saying means you are having an immovable property. Sir, what you are doing with that immovable property? Sir, service supplied by government, excluding the Ministry of Railway, that is Indian Railway, because always Ministry of Railway will be FCM, not RCM. Always Ministry of Indian Railway will be FCM, not what? RCM. By way of renting of immovable property to a person registered under the what Act. That means there is an immovable property, my dear lovable students. That immovable property has been rendered by the central government, state government, union territory or local authority to any person registered under the CGST Act. So, if the service provider is government and service recipient is a registered person who are located in taxable territory, then the service recipient who are located in the taxable territory is a person liable to pay GST on RCM basis. So look at here, man, renting of immovable property that may be rented by the government or local authority or Indian Railway, right, sir? If the service provider is Indian Railway, sir, the recipient registered person or unregistered person, always what CMN? Indian Railway means always RCM or FCM? FCM will be applicable, whereas government or local authority to a registered person RCM, to an unregistered person ACM will be applicable. Comfortable? Now coming to renting of residential dwelling, which is nothing but the home. Sir, service by way of renting of what dwelling? That means there is a house which has been, sir, provided by any person, and if the recipient is any registered person, then the recipient is liable to pay tax on reverse charge basis. Comfortable, sir? For example, the next one, man, service provided by of developmental rights or transfer of FSI. Transfer of what? FSI, floor space index or additional floor space index. That means you are having a piece of land, you are allowing some other person to construct on that land. So any person to a promoter, Kata grant is a person liable to pay tax on. Sir, you are having a lease of land. Sir, you are having a land, you are giving that land for long-term lease of land. You know, long-term lease of land means more than how many years? Any person to a promoter is a person liable to pay tax on reverse charge basis. I am coming to the fourth set of RCM called as what work? Original work. This is relating to musical, dramatical, artistical and or author. Supplier of services means either music composer or photographer or artist or the like, relating to original, dramatic, musical, artistical work to a publisher or what? Music company or producer or the like. Sir, these guys may be engaged in composing a song. So don't disturb them to collect GST and pay the GST. But the other person, recipient may be music company, purely business entity. Their job is to do the business. Producer or the like, located in the what territory. Let them collect GST. Let them pay the GST on a what charge basis? Reverse charge basis. Now you are an author, you are writing books. You peacefully write the book, you don't worry about the GST. But the publishing company will be there. Their main objective is to do the business. Let them pay tax on what charge basis? So author relating to original literary work, publisher located in taxable territory is the person liable to pay tax on reverse charge basis. But author is having an option how the act has given same option to a GTA. If they want, they can adopt FCM. If they adopted FCM, RCM will not be applicable. Comfortable, sir? A very important for examination, renting of what vehicle? Motor vehicle. Very important chart. Sir, person liable to pay tax under the renting of what vehicle? Motor vehicle. You have to check whether GST is payable at how much percent. If GST is going to be collected at 12%, always what charge? Person liable to pay GST is the supplier. Whereas if the GST is payable at how much percent? 5%. So you have to check supplier is a body corporate or supplier is other than. If supplier is a body corporate, already is very strong. Then what charge? Forward charge. If supplier is other than body corporate, you have to check the recipient. Right, sir? You have to check whether the recipient is body corporate or recipient is other than body corporate. If recipient is body corporate, supplier is weak, whereas recipient is strong. So reverse charge will be applicable. If recipient is other than body corporate, so recipient is weak, then we will not shift the tax liability. It is always what charge? Forward charge. Comfortable? We are coming to the last set of discussion called as bankman. Service provided by individual direct selling agent. Individual means, sir, other than body corporate, partnership firm or LLP. That means supplier of the service is weak. And the recipient is banking company, NBFC and financial, non-banking finance company located in taxable territory. You tell me who is strong. Recipient is strong. Let them pay tax on RCM basis. Then, my dear lovable students, service provided by business facilitator to a what company? If the service is provided by business facilitator, he is one person. If they are providing service to a banking company located in the taxable territory, banking company located in the taxable territory is the person liable to pay tax on. Sir, if you are an agent of business correspondent and you are providing service to a business correspondent located in taxable territory, is agent strong or principal strong? Let the principal business correspondent located in taxable territory pay the tax on reverse charge basis. Comfortable? Members of overseeing committee by the RBI. Member means individual. They are providing service to RBI. You tell me who is strong? Let the RBI pay tax on reverse charge basis. Are you all really with me? Next one, lending of what? Securities. Sir, there is lender, there is a person, there is one person who are lending to a borrower. He will borrow from lot of people and that borrower will be under the guidance of the SEBI. So you tell me who is strong? Borrower is strong. So borrower is the person who are liable to pay tax on reverse charge basis. Comfortable? This is what with regard to the 9.3. Whatever services, goods or services we have studied under 9.3 are mutatis mutandis applicable for the 5.3 also. Because even under 5.3 they said that we will put a notification by NSR on the recommendation of the council. Specify category of supply of what and tax on which shall be paid on reverse charge basis by the recipient of such goods or services or both. And all provisions of this act will be applicable to the recipient. Comfortable? Sir, list of services taxable under what charge? That is a service where tax is payable by the recipient. What they are saying, notification number 10/2070 has notified specified category of supply of services wherein whole of IGST shall be paid on reverse charge basis by the. Under that notification, what they are saying is all the services which has been notified for reverse charge purpose under the what act is mutatis mutandis applicable for the reverse charge under the what act also. IGST act also. Comfortable? In addition to that, in addition to what we have studied, service provided by a person situated where? To a person situated in India. 5.3 they have added. Nothing man. Any person located in what territory? That means a service provider is situated outside India. And service recipient is a person located in other than non-taxable online recipient. This is with regard to OI. So the supplier of the OIDR is situated outside India and the recipient of the OIDR is situated being a taxable online recipient is liable to pay tax at RCM. If he is non-taxable online recipient, RCM will not be applicable, FCM will be applicable. Comfortable, sir? These are the notification under sir 9.3 and 5.3. Whatever services has been notified under 9.3 are mutatis mutandis applicable to 5.3 also. In addition to that, one extra notification is for OIDAR. Sir, we are supposed to discuss next, that is 9.4 and 5.4 notification. And also, sir, 9.5 and 5.5 notification. Getting it? Are you comfortable? I am with you, sir, from your heart. Anybody is there? Where is a grand clap? Yes, sir. Very, very, very happy morning to all. So, we are talking about section 9.1, 9.2, 9.3, 9.4, 9.5. 9.1, levy and collection of CGST. 9.2, levy of CGST on petroleum products. 9.3, notified RCM. 9.4, RCM from unregistered person. 9.5, e-commerce operator. In that last class, we have quickly revised the 9.353 notification, which is basically called as girls notification, which is nothing but goods transport agent, insurance agent, recovery agent, legal services by arbitral tribunal, sponsorship services and security services. Today I am going to quickly, sir, recap 9.4 and 5.4 notification. First we will be revise what is 9.4, that is RCM from unregistered person. CGST to be paid on reverse charge basis by the notified person on notified goods or services when received from unregistered supplier is what? The language of 9 subsection 4. 9.4 is saying that the supplier should be an unregistered person, recipient should be a registered person, That too, not all the registered person. We will notify certain registered person. If that guy is receiving notified goods or services or both, then the recipient is the person liable to pay tax on reverse charge basis. Yes, sir. The government may, on the recommendation of the council, by notification, that means how they are putting notification under 9353, the same way they will put a notification under 9454. Specify a class of registered person who shall, not all the registered person. The recipient should be a class of registered person in respect of supply of specified category of goods or services or both received from an unregistered supplier. So if the supplier is an unregistered person and the recipient is a class of registered person and supply is a notified supply of goods or services or both, then my dear lovable students, pay the tax on reverse charge basis as the recipient of such supply of goods or services or both, and all provisions of this act shall apply to such recipient as if he is the person liable for paying the tax in relation to such supply of goods or services or both. So what is the one-line summary of the entire discussion? Sir, if the supplier is an unregistered person, if the recipient is a notified registered person, and supply is a notified supply of goods or services or both, recipient is the person liable to pay tax on reverse charge basis. The same language they have given for 5.4 also, because sir, 9.4 is equal to 5.4. 5.4 RCM from the what person? Unregistered. The same language the government may, on the recommendation of the council by way of notification. Again, even under 5.4 also government will put a notification. Specify a class of what person? Registered person. In respect of supply of specified category of goods or services or both received from a unregistered supplier. Pay the tax on what charge basis? Reverse charge basis. As if the recipient is the person liable to pay tax, sir, and all provisions of this act will be applicable to the recipient. Comfortable? So, my dear lovable students, you can ask a doubt to that. Sir, is there any such notified registered person? Yes, builder is a notified registered person. Builder is the... So, if the recipient is builder and if that builder is a registered builder and is getting goods or services or both from an unregistered person, builder is liable to pay tax on reverse charge basis. Comfortable? So, effective rate of GST on real estate sector for the new project by the promoter are as follows. Sir, 1% GST man. Sir, what the Act GST Act is saying that 1% GST without ITC. If you are a builder and if you are engaged in the selling of building on your outward supply, pay just how much percent? 1%. Without ITC on construction of what houses? Affordable houses. Affordable houses means the value is up to 45 lakhs. If the value of the house is up to 45 lakh, such an house is called as affordable houses. For affordable houses, the outward supply rate is how much percent? 1%. And it is how much percent GST? 5% GST. 5% GST without ITC is applicable on construction of other than what houses? Affordable houses. So, affordable houses means 1%. Other than affordable houses means 5%. And commercial apartments such as shop, office, etc. also how much percentage? 5%. Comfortable. Where the total of carpet area should not exceed 15%. That means there is a commercial complex in that your commercial apartments such as shop, office in a residential real estate. There is a residential complex you are constructing in that 15% of the total carpet area, sir, commercial apartment is there. Then also 5% is allowed. Fantastic to the core. So one line summary of the entire discussion is, if it is affordable housing, how much percentage? 1%. Other than affordable housing, in order to enjoy this condition should be satisfied. Above tax rate shall be available subject to the following condition, that is ITC shall not be available. Sir, you are not entitled to claim what? ITC, because your outward supply rate itself is only 1% or 5% as the case may be. Then if you take ITC also, what will be there to pay to the government? So government is saying that you are not supposed to take what? ITC. And 80% of the input and input services, my dear lovable students, 80% of the input and input services, sir, used in supplying service shall be purchased from the registered person. That means if 100 rupees raw material if you are using, at least 80 rupees raw material you should purchase from the registered person. You should purchase from the... That means the registered person, if the supplier is a registered person, he will be collecting what? GST. Alright, sir? If we collect GST, this guy, this builder will pay GST to that supplier, and that amount cannot be taken as what? ITC. It will be ultimate revenue to the government. Are you all really with me? Sir, suppose if the total purchase from a registered person is less than how much percent? 80%. Then to the extent of that 80%, 9 subsection 4 will be applicable. However, if the value of input and input service purchased from the what person? Registered person is less than how much percent? 80%. The promoter has to pay GST on what charge basis? There only section 9 subsection 4 reverse charge is applicable. Under section 9(4) at the rate of 18% on all such inward supply, my dear lovable students. Sir, what they are trying to say? They are trying to say very simple. Section 9 subsection 4 is applicable to builder. If you are a builder, you check that whether you are supplying affordable houses or other than affordable houses. If it is affordable houses or other than affordable houses without ITC, 1% or 5% as the case may be. Comfortable? So, my dear lovable students, sir, in order to enjoy this concessional tax rate of 1% or 5% as the case may be, one of the condition what you are supposed to be satisfied is at least 80% of the total purchases you should make from the registered person. Comfortable? If you have purchased only, for example, 60%, that means 20%, the remaining 40% you have purchased from an unregistered person, right, sir? Till it touch the 80%, that is 60 and 80, the gap is how much percent? 20%. To that extent, you have to pay tax under reverse charge basis under section 9 subsection 4. Comfortable? So that means up to 80% of the input you have purchased from the registered person means you have paid GST to the government. And that amount of GST you will not claim it as what? ITC. Then 1% or 5% we are happy is what they are saying. If it is not 80%, if it 80% only, you will be able to enjoy 1% or 5% as the to touch it to 80%, the remaining gap you can pay it on tax under reverse charge basis under section 9 subsection 4. For that only 9(4) will be applicable. Comfortable? But they are having corollary on cement. So they are saying that inside that 80%, my dear lovable students, if cement is received from an unregistered person, sir, you are not supposed to pay tax at the rate of 18%. You are supposed to pay tax at the rate of 28%. How much percentage? That means other raw material means, sir, 18%, cement means 28%. You may ask a doubt that, sir, if the builder has received any capital goods, what is the rate applicable? Whether the capital goods also 28%? No, sir. For capital goods, applicable tax rate will be applicable. That means for that capital goods, if 5% is the normal tax rate, 5% will be the tax rate. 12% is the normal tax rate, 12% is the RCM rate. 18% is the normal tax rate, 18% is the RCM rate. If it is 28%, 28% is the taxable tax rate, sir. So one line summary of the entire discussion of 9(4) is inward supplies of promoter or builder. First of all, this section will be applicable to promoter or builder, right, sir? So you have to check the inward supply. Inward supply consists of two things only. Number one, input and input services, and what goods? Capital goods. You have to check that whether that promoter or builder has purchased or received from registered person more than or equal to how much percent? If it is more than or equal to 80%, very good. He is a good boy. He can simply enjoy 1% or 5% concessional rate as the. If he is purchased or received from registered person less than how much percentage? 80%. Then to the extent of 80%, sir, look at here. Purchased or received from registered person is more than or equal to how much percent? That means he has satisfied the condition, right, sir? Then balance, sir, in order to meet it to 100%, 80% is from registered person, means this 20% is from unregistered person. You have to check in that 20% cement is there and other than cement is there. If cement is there, my dear lovable students, GST is payable at RCM at the rate of how much percent? So to the extent of 100%, you are liable to pay RCM for cement. Not 80% condition will not be applicable to the cement. But sir, you have purchased goods from a registered person up to 80%. Still there is a gap of 20%. In that 20% there is no what at all? Cement at all. GST not payable at RCM. For this 20% extra, only cement is there. You have to pay tax at 28%. Other than cement, sir, RCM will not be applicable. Comfortable, sir. Sir, come to the next one, sir. Purchased or received from registered person is less than how much percentage? 80%. For example, this is my timeline. I have purchased only 60%. I have purchased only 60% from the what person? So I have to first reach to 80% and again balance 80 to 100% is there, right sir? So purchased or received from registered person is less than 80% means balance purchase from what person? Unregistered person. If only 60% you have purchased from the registered person means 40% you have purchased from the unregistered person, right sir? So first you have to reach to how much percentage? 80%. That's what, up to 80%. Up to 80% you have to check that whether cement is there or other than cement is there. If cement is there, GST payable under RCM at how much percentage? Sir, for the other than cement, GST payable under RCM at how much percentage? 18%. But beyond 80%, up to 100%, you have to check only who is there. Cement is there. If cement is there, GST payable under RCM at 28%. Because for the cement, the limit is not 80%, the limit is up to 100%. Other than cement, my dear lovable students, GST payable at FCM beyond 80%. I am saying, sir, GST payable at FCM illa, no sir, RCM applicable. Beyond 80%, sir, there is no need to apply the what? RCM, because it is beyond how much percentage? 80%. And my dear lovable students, it is other than what man? Cement. So this is the story with regard to input and input services. Coming to the capital goods man. Sir, have you purchased from registered person? Then GST is taxable at FCM. Already the supplier would have collected what? GST. Leave it. If purchased from unregistered person, there is no concept of 80%, 100% and all for the capital goods. GST is payable at the what rate man? That means, sir, if the capital goods is taxable at 5%, you are liable to pay RCM at 5%, 12%, 12%, 18%, 18%, 28%, 28%. Are you all really with me? So, in order to enjoy that 1% or 5% concessional rate of tax, at least 80% of the input should be purchased from the registered person. If the builder has purchased less than 80%, then in order to make up to 80%, he can pay the tax on a reverse charge basis under section 9 subsection 4. Comfortable? Now we are having an exemption under section 11. Intra-state supply received by tax deductor from any unregistered supplier is exempt from GST. What is section 9.4 is saying that if the supplier is a unregistered person and recipient is a registered person, notified registered person, and the supply is a notified supply of goods or services or both, right sir? Then the notified registered person is the person liable to pay tax on what charge basis? Reverse charge basis. My dear lovable students, sir, if the recipient has taken solely for the purpose of deducting TDS under section what? 51. Under section what? 51. And he has taken registration only for deducting what? TDS. This guy has taken registration only for deducting. Then if that guy is receiving any supply from the unregistered person, 9.4 provisions will not be applicable. 9.4 provisions will not be applicable. Even though that guy is a registered person and is receiving supply from a unregistered person, this reverse charge will not be applicable. It is exempted under section 11. That's it with regard to 9.4 and 5.4. Comfortable? I am coming to 9.5 and 5.5 notification. Sir, we are having 9.3, 5.3 notification, which is girls notification. Sir, 9.454 notification, which is builder notification, and I am moving into 9.555 notification. Shall we quickly recall what is this 9.555 is all about? This is first of all applicable to e-commerce operator, my dear lovable students. E-commerce operator is liable to pay tax on notified services, section 9.5. The government may. Again, on the note and recommendation of the council by notification. So, under 9.353, they will put a notification. Under 9.454, they will put a notification. Under 9.555, they will put a notification. Comfortable? Specify category of services. This is the difference between the other sections. 9353 is applicable to both goods and services. 9454 is applicable to both goods and services. Whereas 9555 is applicable only to services. That means in that notification, they will mention only services. We will mention certain services, my dear lovable students. If those services, what we are mentioning, sir, if those services, the tax on intra-state supply of which shall be paid by the e-commerce operator. If such services are what through it, supplied through it, that is certain services we will notify. If those services has been supplied through the e-commerce operator, the person liable to pay GST is the e-commerce operator. Are you all really with me? Then all the provisions of this act shall apply to such e-commerce operator as if he is the person liable for paying tax in relation to supply of services. So one line summary of the entire discussion is 9353 is with regard to girls. If girls' services or goods like cashew, silk, sir, like the bead wrapper, etc., etc., if those things has been received by the recipient, the person liable to pay GST is the recipient. Hello, sir. And 9454 is applicable to the builder. In case of builder, sir, if you want to travel through, sir, one concessional tax rate of 1% or 5% as the case may be, the main condition what is supposed to be satisfied is he should purchase at least 80% from the registered person. If he fails to do so, he can make up that by paying on a reverse charge basis under 94. Are you all really with me? Fantastic to the core. And 95 is saying that we will specify certain services, my dear lovable students. If those services has been supplied through e-commerce operator, then the e-commerce operator is the person liable to pay tax on reverse charge basis. Comfortable? My dear lovable students, what are those services? Is there any notification? Yes, there are notification. Central government has notified in case of following category of what? Services. The tax on intra-state supply shall be paid by the what commerce operator? E-commerce operator. Number one, transportation of passenger. Have you heard about Ola, Uber? The service provider is the auto drivers. Service provider is a cab drivers. Whereas the service recipient is a general public. But we are getting the services through the Ola, Uber. You tell me the auto driver don't know anything about GST. What man? We itself are not knowing about GST. Are you really with me? Leave it man. Government itself is not pakka knowing about GST. For one item they are charging 3 taxes. Are you really with me? So government is saying that let the supplier leave it man. Let the recipient leave it man. There is one in-between person called as e-commerce operator, right sir? So if services by way of transportation of passenger by radio taxi, motor cab, maxi cab, motorcycle or any other motor vehicle except omnibus, very important amendment, and this will be tested in examination this time. Are you all really with me? So you are providing services. What service you are providing? Transportation of passenger by radio taxi, motor cab, maxi cab and motorcycle. So if you are transporting passenger by these modes, service provider, you take rest. Service recipient, you take rest. Let the aggregator, let the e-commerce operator, they are engaged solely in business. Let them pay tax on, sir, on e-commerce basis. This is not forward charge. This is not reverse charge. This is middle charge. Are you all really with me? Yes, sir. Or any other person except what? Omnibus. That means for omnibus, eco charge will not be applicable. Why they are, sir, doing like this in 9 subsection 5? The reason is very simple. Because the cab driver don't know anything about what? GST. If you are asking him to raise tax invoice as per section 31, from within 30 days from the date of provision of service, you are supposed to raise the invoice. Sir, that in the invoice, this much detail shouldn't be there. Sir, he will be showing the, sir, UPI ID. You have to scan it, pay it. That's it. Sir, wherever you want to go, he will drop you. He know very well the driving. He is expert in that, not to file the return of income. And look at the recipient mans. If you take GST registration only, you can travel from one place to another means, sir, then what is the need of section 22 and 24? The entire people in India has to compulsory take the registration. In order to go in Ola, Uber, you have to take GST registration, means people will, what, sir, split. Correct? So, both service provider and the service recipient can't pay GST. Then who is there as the business concern? Sir, e-commerce operator is only there in the mid. So they can pay tax on, sir, not the forward charge, not the RCM. It is called as eco charge. It is called as. So Ola, Uber, Rapido, etc. Let them pay GST on eco charge basis, not forward charge basis, not reverse charge basis, on an eco charge basis. Sir, you said something about omnibus, sir. What is that, sir? Service by way of transportation of passenger by what bus? Omnibus. Except where the person supplying such services is through e-commerce operator is a what? Company. That means first what they said is, sir, omnibus is not coming under the eco charge. Omnibus is not covered under eco charge. That means, my dear lovable students, for omnibus, sir, let them pay tax. That is FCM. That is what? FCM. Now government is saying that no. Even for omnibus, we don't want what? FCM. Supply by way of transportation of passenger by what bus? Omnibus. Except where, sir, generally let the omnibus pay tax, except where person supplying such service through e-commerce operator is a what? Company. If they are company, they are very strong, let them pay tax on FCM. If they are not company, even they will also fall under the eco charge itself. Let the eco charge itself, the eco itself pay the tax on what man? Eco charge basis. Comfortable? Sir, what is this omnibus, sir? Omnibus means any motor vehicle constructed or adapted to carry more than 6 passengers, excluding driver. 6 passenger. So in car, can 6 passenger can go? No sir, you may take sir 10 passenger also, that is different thing. What I am asking is the seating capacity is up to 10 passenger? No sir, maximum 4 passengers, right sir, maximum. Hello sir, 3 is allowed, back la 2 pair, front la all, because they are talking about excluding driver. You can't go and sit lap in the driver and all. Right sir, that and all will not be considered for this discussion. Hello sir. So having a capacity of more than 6 passengers, then such a bus is called as omnibus. So what is a one line summary sir? Very simple sir, transportation of passenger. You have to check whether it is through omnibus or through other than omnibus sir. So you can transport passenger through omnibus or other than omnibus. If it is through omnibus, you have to check whether it is owned by company. Yes sir, that means the service provider is so strong, then FCM under section 9(1). No sir, other than company sir, then eco charge under section 9 subsection 5. Clarity? Sir, other than omnibus sir, always eco charge sir under section 9 subsection 5. Hello sir. I am moving to the second notified services, my dear lovable students. The second notified services is the accommodation services, OYO rooms basically. OYO app. Sir, Go IBIBO. So many sir, make my trip. So many apps are there which will help you to book the rooms and sir accommodation. You tell me, the person who is providing the service, that is a hotel, sir, they will be very busy. Sir, the recipient, much busy. Sir, who is only doing business, sir? Accommodation service, that is the integrator is only the free person. So service by way of providing accommodation in hotel, in guest house, club, campsite or other commercial place meant for residential places or lodging purpose, except where, very important part. Very important part. This exception is not there in the transportation of passenger. Except where person supplying such services through e-commerce operator is liable for registration under section 22 subsection 1 of the CGST Act, like Go IBIBO, OYO rooms, etc. For example, sir, I am a Taj. I am providing my hotel services through Go IBIBO or hotel rooms. I can go IBIBO and I can book a Taj hotel. Sir, you tell me, Taj itself is liable to take the registration because their aggregate turnover exceed 20 lakh. Then why are you shifting the tax liability from the Taj to the e-commerce operator? Right, sir. Let them itself collect the tax. Let them itself travel through the 9(1) route or 5(1) route. Sir, don't bring to the 9(5) or 5(5) route. Comfortable? But this is not applicable for the transportation of passenger. Why? Because, my dear lovable students, in Ola and Uber and all, only individual drivers are driving the cars. Sir, 99.99% their turnover will not exceed 20 lakhs. Are you all really with me? Sir, if it exceeds 20 lakhs, also they are drivers only. They don't much about GST. Government is saying that still we will be collecting GST from the aggregator, that is e-commerce operator, not from the service provider or the service recipient. We don't want to take a risk. And because they will be moving from one place to another, because they are transportation of what? Passengers. But my dear lovable students, accommodation services means immovable property. The Taj will be there in one place itself. So they will not move. So once aggregate turnover exceed the threshold limit, they can collect GST from the customer and they can deposit to the government. But driver can't do like that. Are you all really with me? That too, my dear lovable students, driver out of 12 months, sometimes he may run the car for first 7 or 8 months. After that, where he is, he will be run somewhere. Or he may change the business. But immovable property is not like that. That's why they are saying that this exception has been created for the what property, man? Immovable property. That means if the service providers aggregate turnover exceed the threshold limit, my dear lovable students, let they themselves collect the GST. Otherwise, we will apply the eco charge. I hope that you are able to appreciate or understand. Coming to the housekeeping services. Sir, have you heard about Urban Clap? Housejoy.com, like that, so many sir sites are there. Whatever you want, whoever you want, you can book. Carpenters you can book, plumbers you can book, sir cleaners you can book, sir bathroom cleaning you can book with Urban Club. They will clean like anything. Are you all really with me? Yes sir, great advertisement. Urban Club, you have to pay me some commission. Fantastic to the core. So services by way of housekeeping such as plumbing, carpentering, etc., except where person supplying such services through e-commerce operator is liable for registration under section 22 subsection 1. Again, my dear lovable students, they are creating an exception. In the sense means, if the service provider is liable to collect GST, already their threshold limit exceeds how much lakh? 20 lakh, then FCM will be applicable, ECM will not be applicable. Otherwise, ECM will be applicable. Coming to the restaurant services, man, one of the new addition, my dear lovable students. Supply of restaurant services, sir, generally restaurant services. Sir, you can book the restaurants through various apps. Swiggy, you can go. Zomato, you can go. And you can book the dinings. For 5 persons, you can book it. For 3 persons, you can book it. Hello, sir. My dear lovable students, that restaurant services, no. Services of what? Restaurant services. That Swiggy or Zomato app is the person who are liable to pay the GST. On a what charge basis? Eco charge basis. Sir, the service supplied by restaurant, eating joints, etc. located at the what premises? Specified premises. What is specified premises? Very important for examination. Specified premises would mean premises providing what? Hotel accommodation. Sir, having declared tariff of any unit of accommodation above 7,500 per day or equivalent. That means in one day, if the hotel room charges is more than 7,500, then only eco charge will be applicable. Comfortable. So this is what supply of what services? Restaurant services. Other than so the service supplied by restaurant, eating joint, etc. located at the specified premises. What is specified premises? Specified premises would mean premises providing what accommodation? Hotel accommodation service having declared tariff of any unit of accommodation above rupees 7,500 per unit per day or equivalent. That means if the per unit per day exceeds 7,500, let the person who are providing that itself collect GST, because they are big wala. Are you all really with me? Per day per person, if you are collecting 7,500, your aggregate turnover itself will surely exceed 20 lakh. Why are you applying the eco charge mechanism? Are you all really with me? But if you are a chota wala, that means in the sense means if your tariff, declared tariff is less than 7,500, sir, your aggregate turnover will not exceed how much lakh? 20 lakh. You will not pay GST at all. Don't worry at all. Then we will track whom? The e-commerce operator. E-commerce operator is the person liable to pay GST on a eco charge basis. Comfortable? Very important, man. Sir, this is not talking about the Swiggy, Zomato food. Swiggy, Zomato food is not covered here. Food is still always restaurant is the person liable to pay tax. Pakka? This is restaurant services. It's a room booking you are doing. Room booking. Accommodation you are booking. Hello, sir. If the consideration is more than 7,500 per day, service provider itself will take care. Otherwise, sir, eco will take care. This is a very important point for examination, man. Sir, we understood that for this many services, my dear lovable students, what are the services, man? Number one, sir, number one, housekeeping services. Number one. Number two, accommodation services, passenger transportation services, and restaurant services. Because these four people are very happier people. Because these people no need to pay GST. The GST will be paid by the e-commerce operator. Are you really with me? So, sir, when or how the e-commerce operator has to pay the tax? If eco has physical presence in the taxable territory, if that e-commerce operator is situated in the taxable territory, then eco is the person liable to pay tax. If eco does not have a physical presence in the taxable territory, any person representing such eco in taxable territory is liable to pay the tax. Eco neither physical presence, not any representative in taxable territory, then eco shall appoint a person in the taxable territory and such person shall be liable to pay tax. Comfortable, sir? Very important point will be tested in examination. That means if eco is having a physical presence, they themselves will pay. If they don't have a physical presence, any person representing such eco will pay. They don't have physical presence nor any representative, they have to appoint a person, sir, in the taxable territory. Comfortable? Whatever we have discussed for 9.5 is mutatis mutandis applicable for what also? 5.5 also. 5.5 is very simple. Government may, on the recommendation of the council, notify specific category of what? The same happier services only they have what mentioned, my dear lovable students. Are you all really with me? On tax on the interstate supply of which shall be paid by the e-commerce operator if service are supplied through it, and all provisions of this act shall apply to such e-commerce operator as if he is the supplier liable to be paying the tax in relation to supply of such services. Comfortable? My dear lovable students, whatever services has been notified under the CGST Act, that is happier. HAPR. What is H? Housekeeping services. A. Accommodation services. P. Passenger services. R. Restaurant services. The same four services has been notified under 9.5 also, my dear lovable students. With this, we can say that, sir, we are through with section 7, that is supply. Section 8, that is tax rate for composite and mixed supply. Section 9, levy and collection of CGST. And the parallel section is section 5, levy and collection of IGST. Are you all really with me? The coming slot, what we have to discuss is section 10, that is composition levy. That is what levy? Sir, in indirect tax, you are having two routes are there. What are the two routes, my dear lovable students? Either you can travel through 9 route or 10 route as the case may be. Either you can travel through 9 route or 10 route as the case may be. In direct tax, we talked about presumptive taxation, 44AD, 44ADA, 44AE. The similar line of track is what section 10 in the indirect tax. There you are not supposed to, sir, maintain books of accounts. You are not supposed to do tax audit under section 44AB. The same or similar line of, sir, way is what? Section 10 composition levy. These are the sections, sir, classification. Section 10.1 is applicability. For whom this section is applicable, that's what section 10 subsection 1. 10 subsection 2 is non-applicability. 10 subsection 2 is what? For certain people, this route will not be applicable. That's what non-applicability. 10 to a service supplier. Okay, fine. Sir, is this route applicable only for the goods providers or also service providers? Yes, it is applicable also for the service provider. That's what 10 to a. 10.3 option lapses, man. Sir, certain things crossed means option will be lapses. And if you are traveling through this route, no output tax and no input tax. 10.5 is penal consequences. Comfortable? We are going to talk more about composition levy. Sir, part 1 and part 2 I have classified into 10 parts. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Because this is section 10. Are you all really with me? So section 10 has been classified into 10 category. Number 1, I am going to talk about the introduction to the composition levy. Composition levy, it is an option, my dear lovable students. It's not a compulsion. This is an option, not a compulsion, for the specified category of small taxpayers to pay GST at a very low rate on the basis of the turnover. What you are supposed to do, I will tell you. Take your turnover. Take your turnover. Apply certain percentage, like 1% or 5% or 1%, as the case may be. That's it, my dear lovable students. That's it. That's what you are supposed to do. So, it is an option. It is an option, not a compulsion. Not for everyone, for specified category of small what payer? Taxpayer. Sir, so if I decided to travel through the composition levy, what and all advantages I will get, man? It is very low rate of tax because either 1% or 5% or 1% as the case may be. Are you all really with me? Hassle-free simple procedure for such taxpayers. No need to maintain the detailed books of accounts. No need to, sir, file the returns like normal route what you are doing like GSTR 1 or GSTR 3B like that. Simple calculation of tax based upon turnover. You have to take the turnover into whatever percentage you are having. Are you all really with me? A very simple, sir, quarterly return, my dear lovable students. A very simple quarterly return. A very simple quarterly return. Just file the quarterly return. Don't file the monthly return and all. Are you all really with me? Sir, okay, sir. This scheme is looking very attractive. For whom this scheme will be applicable, that's what applicability is all about. Are you all really with me? 10 subsection 1, if the aggregate turnover is up to 1.5 crores or 75 lakhs in the immediately preceding previous year, that means in order to apply this scheme, you should be a chota wala. You should be a, my dear lovable students, in the immediately preceding previous year, the turnover should not exceed 1.5 crores or 75 lakhs as the, first of all, you should be a registered person. First of all, you should be a, because up to 10 lakh or 20 lakh or 40 lakh as the case may be, why are you scratching your head to which route you have to go? No need of any route at all. Don't travel through 9 route or 10 route as the case may be. Are you getting it? But once it crosses 10 lakh, once it crosses 20 lakh, once it crosses 40 lakh, my dear lovable students, you have to choose one among the two. That is, you have to travel through either section 9 route or 10 route as the. So, in case of a registered person whose aggregate turnover in the preceding financial year did not exceed how much crore? 1.5 crore will be eligible to opt for payment of tax under the what scheme? That means, my dear lovable students, in the immediately preceding previous year, for example, if this is the current year, you are checking that whether you can travel through the composition levy or not in the current year. So, what you are supposed to do is, in the immediately preceding previous year, if your aggregate turnover does not exceed 1.5 crores or 75 lakhs, as the case may be, you are a chota wala. Once you are a chota wala, you are entitled to travel through the composition levy in the current year. Comfortable? Sir, okay, sir. Sir, 1.5 crores or 75 lakh, you said no. But in aggregate turnover in the preceding financial year shall be how much lakh? 75 lakh. In case of a eligible registered person registered under section 25 of the said act in any of the 8 special category states. In any of the. That means very simple, man, my dear lovable students. Sir, I am checking whether during the current year I can travel through the composition route or not. So you have to see the immediately preceding previous year. You have to check in the immediately preceding previous year where you are locating, whether you are locating in the 8 special category stage or other than 8 special category stage. If you are situated in 8 special category stage, threshold limit of 75 lakhs will be applicable. Other than 8 special category states, my dear lovable students, 1.5 crores will be applicable. Comfortable? So the aggregate turnover in the preceding financial year shall be 75 lakh in case of eligible registered person registered under section 25 of the said act in any of the 8 special category states. So one line summary of the entire discussion. In case of a registered person whose aggregate turnover in the immediately preceding previous year does not exceed 1.5 crores or 75 lakhs as the case may be, he is entitled to travel through the composition levy. Comfortable? Sir, what are that 8 special category states? Arunachal Pradesh. Tell me. Assam illa. Tell me. Assam illa. Manipur, Meghalaya, Mizoram, Sikkim, Nagaland, Tripura, Bagdodra illa, Uttarakhand undu. Bagdodra illa, Uttarakhand undu. So repeat, what are the 8 special category states? Arunachal Pradesh, Assam illa, Manipur, Meghalaya, Mizoram, Sikkim, Nagaland, Tripura, Bagdodra, Uttarakhand undu. Are you all really with me? That means in case of Assam, Himachal Pradesh, Jammu Kashmir and all, the turnover limit will be fantastic to the course, sir. So, summary, one line summary is, sir, registered person can be classified into 2 categories, whose aggregate turnover exceeds 1.5 crores or 75 lakhs as the, if their aggregate turnover exceeds 1.5 crores or 75 lakhs as the case may be in the immediately preceding previous year, for them, there are only one route, that is section 9 route. This rendu eda onnu thodu? Like that only. Are you all really with me? Sir, if the aggregate turnover does not exceed 1.5 crores or 75 lakhs as the case may be, they are chotawala. Are you all really with me? Then it is either section 9 or section 10 as the case may be. It is their ishtam. They can choose either section 9 route or section 10 route. That is why section 10 route is an option, not a compulsion. Comfortable? Sir, India should be classified into 2 categories, my dear lovable students. One is 8 special category states and other than 8 special category states. What are the 8 special category states? Arunachal Pradesh, Assam illa, Manipur, Meghalaya, Mizoram, Sikkim, Nagaland, Tripura, Bagdodra illa, Uttarakhand unde. Are you all really with me? For that, the threshold limit is 75 lakhs. Whereas other than 8 special category states, sir, that means other states, the limit applicable is 1.5 crores. Are you getting it? So the first one is the introduction to the composition levy. We understood that composition levy is just an option, not a compulsion, and that is applicable only to Chotawala, not to Badawala. Okay, fine, sir, it looks very attractive. For whom this will be applicable? This is applicable in case of a registered person whose aggregate turnover in the immediately preceding previous year does not exceed 1.5 crores or 75 lakhs as the case may be. Comfortable? Now, so in the immediately preceding previous year, my aggregate turnover should not exceed 1.5 crores or 75 lakhs as the case may be. What is this new word, sir? Aggregate turnover. That is the third thing which we are going to learn. Are you all really with me? Aggregate turnover includes and aggregate turnover excludes. Sir, these things should be added. That's what aggregate. Aggregate means adding. So you have to add it, aggregate. That's what its name. Aggregate turnover means nothing much. All outward supply. All what supply? So whatever outward supply you are making, sir, you all should be added. Like taxable supply you will be making, exempt supply under section 11 or 6 you will be making. You may do export of goods or services or both you will be making, and you will be making interstate supply. That means you have to add all taxable supply, all exempt supply, export of goods or services or both, and interstate supply of persons having the same PAN to be computed on all India basis. This is what aggregate turnover. You have to aggregate on all India basis. That's why it is called as aggregate turnover. But excludes value of inward supply on which tax is liable to be paid on reverse charge basis. But RCM turnover will not be included in the aggregate turnover because RCM turnover is not the recipient's turnover, it is the supplier's turnover. Because 9353 or 9454 or 9555 is saying that only the recipient is liable to pay the tax, not the turnover. Are you all really with me? Sir, is liable to pay the tax. Hello, sir. And surely CGST, SGST, UTGST, IGST and cess will not form part of the turnover because these are tax component. Are you all really with me? Sir, as per section 15, all taxes other than GST only should be included in the value of supply. Comfortable? These are GST, so it will not be formed part of the turnover, my dear lovable students. Comfortable? So this is what the definition of the aggregate turnover. So aggregate turnover includes and aggregate turnover excludes. Aggregate turnover includes all taxable supply, all exempt supply, export of goods or services or both, and interstate supply of persons having the same PAN to be computed on the all India basis, and excludes value of inward supply on which tax is liable to be paid on reverse charge basis, CGST, SGST, UTGST, IGST, and cess to be computed on all India basis. Are you all really with me? My dear lovable students, this knowledge or this thought should always be there when you are preparing for IDT. That is, this aggregate turnover definition is for the whole act, not for only for the what? Composition levy. Sir, whether I have to take registration or not is also based upon the aggregate turnover. Even there also the same definition will be applicable. For the entire GST Act, we are following only one aggregate turnover definition. Comfortable? Sir, since this is applicable to the whole act, if anything want to say particularly to the composition levy, they will be saying by way of explanation. That's why they are having one explanation to the definition of the what turnover. They are specifically saying that for the purpose of computing aggregate turnover of person for determining his eligibility to pay tax under this section, my dear lovable students, you will be calculating the aggregate turnover for various purpose under the act. If you are calculating the aggregate turnover to determine whether he has to travel through the what levy or not, composition levy or not, this has to be included, this has to be excluded. One item has to be included and one item has to be shall include the value of supply made by such person from the 1st of April of financial year up to the date when which become he will be liable for registration under this act. For example, my dear lovable students, sir, this year only I have what? Started the composition. Sir, this year only I have started the business. That means from 1st of what man? April till the date on which I am liable for registration will be there. This is called as threshold limit. Threshold limit turnover. This threshold limit turnover should be included in the aggregate turnover. Sir, actually up to 10 lakh or 20 lakh or 40 lakh as the what may be, case may be, I am actually not liable to pay what at all? Tax at all. Are you all really with me? I am not liable to take registration at all. But still that turnover should be included in the aggregate turnover. That turnover should be included in the... Are you all really with me? Sir, when, what purpose, what circumstance? Sir, I will tell you one thing, my dear lovable students. Sir, this year only I have started the business. That means in the immediately preceding previous year, my aggregate turnover is 0. Then I can start travel through the composition levy without any doubt. There is no doubt about it. But I have started traveling through the what levy? Composition levy. Are you all really with me? If I started travel through the composition levy from rupee 1, I am not liable to travel through the composition levy because I can enjoy the threshold limit turnover up to 10 lakh or 20 lakh or 40 lakh as the. Then I will start, sir, after this threshold limit exceed 10 lakh or 20 lakh or 40 lakh as the, I will be start traveling through the composition levy. Are you all really with me? Section 10 subsection 3 is saying that option lapses. What lapses? If the aggregate turnover exceed 75 lakhs or 1.5 crores as the, when you are calculating the aggregate turnover of the current year to check whether the option will lapse or not, at that time this has to be included in the aggregate turnover. That's what the includes means. This is for the purpose of option lapses. What lapses, man? That means during the current year, my dear lovable students, by seeing the immediately preceding previous year only, I will enter into the composition levy. In the immediately preceding previous year, if my turnover does not exceed 1.5 crores or 75 lakhs as the case may be, I am entitled to travel through the composition levy. Comfortable? After looking into the immediately preceding previous year, I entered into the composition levy, not from first day, because till the 10 lakh or 20 lakh or 40 lakh as the case may be, I will not travel through any of the route. But once it crosses the 10 lakh, 20 lakh or 40 lakh as the case may be, I will start traveling through the composition levy. But there is a provision called as 10.3. What 10.3 is saying that, sir, if the aggregate turnover exceeds 1.5 crores or 75 lakhs as the case may be during the current year, you have to get out of the composition levy. That means I will be calculating the aggregate turnover both for immediately preceding previous year and also for the current year. Comfortable? Sir, and this includes will be applicable if you are calculating the aggregate turnover for the current previous year, my dear lovable students. That too for the purpose of checking the what lapses, option lapses. So whether your aggregate turnover exceeds 1.5 crores or 75 lakhs as the case may be during the current year you will include from this turnover, the total turnover you will include, sir. That means for that purpose even you will include the threshold limit turnover also. Comfortable? Yes, sir. Sir, excludes. This thing should be excluded. Exclude the value of exempt supply of service provided by way of extending deposit, loan or advance insofar as the consideration is represented by way of interest or discount. But when you are calculating the aggregate turnover of either the immediately preceding previous year or the current year, extending deposit, loan or advance insofar as the consideration is represented by way of interest or discount should be excluded. Comfortable, sir? So, my dear lovable students, this is the summary for your examination. Explanation 1 classified into 2 category, inclusion and exclusion. Basically, 1 inclusion and 1 exclusion, because this is explanation number 1. Threshold limit turnover should be included and interest or discount should be excluded. That's it, man. This is what the one-line summary of the entire discussion. Are you all really with me? So, composition levy. Sir, what is the introduction we discussed? What is the applicability of composition levy we discussed? What is the aggregate turnover and the explanation below the aggregate turnover we have discussed. I'm going to talk about the rate of the composition tax. Are you all really with me? Sir, you may be either manufacturer, you may be either restaurant service person, or you may be either other supplier. Right, sir? If you are manufacturer, 1% of the state turnover. Repeat, 1% of the. Sir, if you are restaurant person, 5% of the state turnover. 5% of the. Other suppliers are 1% of the taxable supply. 1% of the. 1% of the. My dear lovable students, 1% means 0.5% and 0.5%. 0.5% CGST and 0.5% SGST. It is not 1% IGST. Because as per section 10 subsection 2 non-applicability, they are saying that a composition dealer is not supposed to do the outward supply. That means interstate outward supply is not supposed to make. Right, sir? That means there should not be any IGST collected by the composition dealer. Are you all really with me? So out of 5%, 2.5% CGST and 2.5% SGST, it will never be 5% IGST. You should be very careful. Comfortable? 1%, that means 0.5% of the taxable supply and 0.5% of the taxable supply. It can never be 1% IGST. With this background, I am, sir, proceeding, sir. My dear lovable students, if you are a composition dealer, that means either you are a manufacturer or you are a trader or you are a restaurant service wala. Are you all really with me? If you receive any services from girls, that is 9353. Sir, for that this 1% or 5% or 1% will not be applicable. For the RCM, RCM rate will be applicable. So rate of tax payable on supply taxable under what CM? Will be regular rate and not in composition rate. Are you all really with me? Will be in regular rate and not in composition rate. So what is this one line summary before the day of examination? Composition rate of tax for manufacturer 1% of the state turnover. Restaurant service 5% of the. For trader 1% of the taxable supply of goods or services. Comfortable? Fantastic to the core. Sir, the scheme looks very great, sir. By looking into the aggregate turnover of the immediately preceding previous year, I have entered into the composition scheme. As per what I should pay tax? Question arises. You have to pay tax based upon the state turnover. Based upon the. So, my dear lovable students, we are having two turnover. One is aggregate turnover and state turnover. Aggregate turnover is for the purpose of to check the eligibility for the. Whereas state turnover is to pay the tax. So, I will enter into the composition levy based upon the aggregate turnover. And I will pay the tax based upon the. Sir, what is the definition of what turnover? Sir, the state turnover also is there in the act throughout. It is not just only for the purpose of composition levy. Whatever we study for the aggregate turnover, mutandis applicable for the state turnover also, except to be computed on aggregate all India basis. Because if all India basis is there, it will become aggregate turnover. If all India basis is not there, it will become. That means value of all outward supply such as taxable supply, exempt supply, export or interstate supply, and excludes value of inward supply on which tax is liable to be paid under CGST, SGST, UTGST, IGST and says to be computed on all India basis varadu. To be computed on all India basis varadu. Comfortable? My dear lovable students, under the aggregate turnover for the purpose of composition levy, we are having explanation number 1. The same way, under the state turnover, we are having explanation number 2. Explanation number, what the explanation number 2 is saying that, sir, you have to exclusion 1 and exclusion 2. When you are calculating the state turnover, these two things should be excluded. These two things should be. Because if you include these two things, the state turnover increases and the tax liability increases and the composition dealer will kill you. Hello, sir. That's why they are saying that don't include these two things. Number one, supply from the first day of April of what year? Financial year. Up to the date when such person become liable for registration under this act. Because that is threshold limit turnover. Threshold limit turnover you include in the aggregate turnover. For the option lapses purpose, I don't have any problem because I'm not paying tax based on that. But if you include in the state turnover, are you all really with me? I will not allow you to include that what turnover, man? Threshold limit turnover inside the state turnover. Sir, exempt sir, service by way of extending deposit, loan or advance in so far as the consideration is represented by way of what or what. Sir, this item will never be included either in the aggregate turnover or in the state turnover, because I will tell you, man, I don't know whether you have studied section 11 or not. What is section 11? Exemption. My dear lovable students, for the exemption, for the what? Exemption. Hello, sir. There is F stands for financial services, right, sir? Financial services in that extending deposit, loan or advance in so far as the consideration is represented by way of interest or discount. Interest or? My dear lovable students, that is a what supply? Sir, both sir, aggregate turnover and state turnover includes exempt supply. That means includes section 11 supply. That means inside that extending deposit, loan or advance in so far as the consideration is represented by way of interest or discount is there. That means what explanation 1 and explanation number 2 is saying that we want to create an exception to this exempt supply. That is what exception. Comfortable? Fantastic to the course, sir. Wow, wow, wow. Sir, my dear lovable students, I am a sir manufacturer. I am a sir restaurant wala. I am a trader. Sir, can I deal only with the goods or can I do services also? Yes, you can do services, but alpam. Are you all really with me? Up to a certain limit only you can sir make. This is a very important area for examination. Revise it very properly. Shall I? My dear lovable students, sir, you can provide the what? Sir, alpam services up to a limit of 10% of the state turnover. 10% of the in the immediately preceding previous year or statutory limit of 5 lakh, whichever is higher. Whichever is what? For example, my dear lovable students, sir, maximum your aggregate turnover in the immediately preceding previous year will be 1.5 crores. Beyond that, we are not allowed. So 10% of that 1.5 crores will be 15 lakhs. Or statutory limit of 5 lakhs, whichever is higher. So in the current previous year, you will be providing supply. Hello, sir. That means how much? Maximum 1.5 crores. In that 1.5 crores, 15 lakhs, you can provide what? Maximum services. The remaining 1 crore 35 lakhs, you should provide what only? Goods only. Or the respective services like restaurant services only. This is called as alpam. Very important area for exam. Sir, even if the alpam exceeds the threshold limit, then also option will lapse, my dear lovable students. That means in the current year, you are providing services more than 10% of the immediately preceding previous year or statutory limit of 5 lakh, whichever is higher, you have to get out of the composition scheme. Comfortable? Sir, section 10 subsection 2 is what applicability? Sir, even if my aggregate turnover does not exceed 1.5 crores or 75 lakhs as the these people, person number 1, person number 2, person number 3, person number 4, my dear lovable students, sir, these 4 people are not, and person number 5 and person number 6, these 6 people are not supposed to travel through the what levy? Composition levy. Who's that person number 1? Supplier of service subject to second proviso to 10 subsection 1. Sir, I am a doctor, sir. I am a chartered accountant, sir. Sir, I am a barber, sir. I am providing only services, sir. Then you get out, sir. Are you all ready with me? For you, these provisions will not be applicable. Sir, I am a manufacturer, sir. I am, sir, providing services also, sir. No problem, sir. But that services should be within the limit of 10% of the state turnover in the immediately preceding previous year or statute limit of 5 lakh. That's what subject to second proviso. In the second proviso to 10 subsection 1 only, that limit they have explained. This is the alpam limit what we have studied. No, this is what second proviso to 10 subsection 1. Shall I proceed, sir? Supplier of goods which are not taxable under the CGST or SGST or UTGST Act. Sir, I am supplying alcoholic liquor for human consumption. Can I travel through section 9 or 10 route? Monday depend. Sir, for you, no route at all. Because there shall be levied a tax called the Central Goods and Services Tax on all intra-state supply of goods or services or both, except on the supply of alcoholic liquor for human consumption. For alcoholic liquor for human consumption, route itself is not applicable. Hello, sir. சாப்பிட்டா உனக்கு ரூட்டே தெரியாது, உனக்கு ரூட்டே தேவையில்லை. Are you all really with me? 2 கால நடக்க மாட்டேன், 4 கால தான் நடப்பேன். Come on. The third one is, sir, interstate supplier of what or what? Goods or services. Sir, you want to travel through the composition levy? You should be a chotawala. Chotawala in the sense means not only with the turnover, but also with the supply. You should make only intra-state supply. You are not supposed to make interstate outward supply. Interstate? That's why note is clarifying, sir. There is no restriction on the composition supplier to procure goods from the interstate supplier. That means you can purchase from other state, but you can sell only within the state. Comfortable? And person who is engaged in making any supply of services through a what commerce operator? E-commerce operator who is required to collect tax at source under section 52. Sir, I am a service provider. Sir, already you said that if you are service provider, you are not supposed to come under the composition route. But I am providing services through what commerce operator? E-commerce operator. What commerce operator? For you, the composition levy will not be applicable, because if that service is a specified services, e-commerce operator is the person liable to pay tax under eco charge, under 9.5 or 5.5 as the case may be. Why are you disturbing 10? Hello sir, don't disturb 10. You are not supposed to travel through the composition levy. So supplier can be classified into two categories, my dear lovable students. Either you may be supplier of goods or supplier of services, right sir? Are you a supplier of goods through e-commerce operator? Composition levy will be applicable. Are you all really with me? Sir, other than e-commerce operator, still composition levy will be applicable. That means there is no restriction for the goods person to travel through the composition levy. But if you are a supplier of what? Services through e-commerce operator, not eligible for composition levy. Other than through e-commerce operator, section 10.2a will be applicable. 10.1 will not be applicable, because 10.1 is only applicable for 3 people. What a clarity. Fantastic, sir. Manufacture of certain notified goods. Sir, are you manufacturing certain notified goods like ice cream, pan masala, aerated water, and all goods, tobacco, manufacture and tobacco substitute, fly ash, bricks of oil mill, and building bricks and earthen or roof and tiles? You are not entitled to travel through the composition levy, because government don't like all these goods. Are you all really with me? Don't eat so much of what, man? Pan masala, you will die. Hello sir. Ice cream, you will die. Are you all really with me? And tobacco, you will die. Sir, settu sunnambai kulikulla poiruve, adha pit. Are you all really with me? நீ செத்தேனா ஏரியேட்டர் வாட்டர் தண்ணி தெளிச்சு விட்டு என்ன பண்ணிடுவாங்கன்னா, சார் நீ ஃபாசிலா மாறிடுவேன், நாளைக்கு நீ ஃப்ளையா சாரமா மாறிடுவேன், உன் மேலே சார் ஒரு பில்டிங் பிரிக்ஸை கட்டிட்டு ஒரு டைல்ஸ் போட்டுட்டு சார் அவங்க கும்பிட ஆரம்பிப்பாங்க. கமான். Person number 6. Casual taxable person or non-resident taxable person is not supposed to travel through the composition levy, because the CTP bar NRTP has to compulsory liable to take registration under section what? 24. 24, compulsory registration. The procedure for registration for them is covered under section 27. Yes sir. Yes sir. So these guys should not travel through the what? Composition levy. This guy should be traveling through the what? Sir, section 9 route. These are the people who are stopped or restricted from traveling through the composition. So person not eligible for composition services. Are you a pure service provider? Sir, you are not entitled. But I am the manufacturer or trader or restaurant wala, then subject to second proviso route in subsection 1. Comfortable? Sir, I am a supplier of goods, sir, not covered under CGST, SGST, UTGST. Not allowed. Sir, interstate outward supply, any goods, sir, not allowed. Supply of services through e-commerce operator, not allowed. And notified goods like pan masala, ice cream, tobacco, not allowed, sir. Are you all really with me? This is very important for examination, my dear lovable students. This point, sir, this is pan based. For example, in one pan, I am having 5 registration. Either all the 5 units have to be traveled through the composition route, or all the 5 have to be traveled through the normal route. That is, all registered person having the same PAN have to opt for the composition scheme. If one registered person opt for the normal scheme, others become ineligible for the. That means if I am having 5 units and 1 unit is traveling through the normal route, that's it. All the other 4 have to be traveled through the. That means automatically you will be ineligible to travel through the composition levy. Comfortable. That's it with regard to the 7th discussion. Also, I am moving into the 8th discussion, that is, sir, 10.3 option lapses. Option. Sir, whether I can travel through the composition levy or not is based upon the immediately preceding previous year. Immediately preceding. My dear lovable students, during the current previous year, if the turnover exceeds 1.5 crores or 75 lakhs as the case may be, I have to get out of the benefit of composition scheme can be availed up to the aggregate turnover of 1.5 crores or 75 lakhs in the current financial year. Current financial year, the option availed by a registered person under 10.1 shall lapse with effect from the day the day on which your aggregate turnover exceed 1.5 crores or 75 lakhs, you have to get out of the composition levy. That is what DAY, day, 10, 3. 3 letters are there. It's not week, it's not month, it's not quarter. It is a day. That day, get out. Are you all really with me? Sir, everything is going fine, sir. Then no output tax, no input tax. You are not supposed to collect output tax from the recipient. And when you are purchasing, you would have paid what? GST. That cannot be taken as what? ITC. Are you all really with me? That means, my dear lovable students, a composition dealer is not supposed to raise a tax invoice. He has to issue bill of supply. What of supply? Because bill of supply will be issued by two people. If you are a registered person who are dealing with the exempted goods or services or both, or if you are a composition dealer, will be dealing with the comfortable, sir? So composition dealer, output tax not entitled to collect. Input tax not eligible to avail. Look at the wording, man. Output tax not entitled to collect. And input tax not eligible to avail. Comfortable, sir? Sir, coming to 10 subsection 5, what consequences? Which is nothing but, actually your aggregate turnover exceeds 1.5 crores or 75 lakhs as the case may be. Or you are falling under 10 subsection 2, that is non-applicability. Actually you are not supposed to travel through the what levy. Still you are traveling saying that, sir, if government caught means, for example, actually you are liable to pay 18% tax, but you are paying only the difference tax has to be paid, penalty has to be paid, and you have to enjoy certain limit, certain time under the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So if the proper officer has reason to believe that taxable person has paid tax under the what scheme, despite not being eligible, such person shall, in addition to any tax that may be payable by him under any other provision of the act, be liable to a what? Penalty. And all provisions of 73 or 74 shall be applicable for determination of what and what. The 73 or 74 is there only in CA final level, my dear lovable students, not at the inter level. Comfortable? That's it with regard to the composition levy for the goods people or for the three people who are manufacturer, restaurant person and the trader. I am coming to the service supplier, sir. I am only doing services, sir. Sir, I am not doing goods, sir. Then instead of 1.5 crores, you have to replace with how much lakh? 50 lakhs. Instead of 1%, 5%, 1%, you have to replace with 6%. That is 3% CGST and 3%. So there is one more section called as section 10.2a. That 10.2a has provided an option, same like 10.1. So there are only two routes are there. So my dear lovable students, under the GST, two routes are there. Either 9 route or 10 route. Under 10 route again, two routes are there. Either 10.1 route or 10.2a route. 10.1 route, only 3 people can travel. Hello, sir. 10.2a route, other than 3 people can travel. Sir, if this 3 people is saying that, I don't like 10.1 route. I want to travel through 10.2a route. Get out. Are you all really with me? That means Singapore traders, manufacturers and restaurants who are eligible for composition scheme under what one? 10.1. Even if not opted, will not enter this facility. Even if not opted, will not enter this facility. Are you all really with me? That means for those 3 people, only 10.1 route is applicable. For those 3 people only, 10.1 route is applicable. Comfortable? Okay, man, I'm going to talk about applicability. Sir, in case of other than these 3 people, that means exclusively service provider, in the immediately preceding previous year, if the aggregate turnover does not exceed 50 lakhs, then is entitled to travel through the composition levy. Comfortable? Sir, is there any proviso to 10 subsection 2a? Yes, sir. Sir, if you are having under one pan, if you are having more than one unit, either all the units should be travel through the composition route. If any one unit travel through the normal route, all other unit will be ineligible to travel through the aggregate turnover. Same definition. Aggregate turnover includes and aggregate turnover excludes. Aggregate turnover includes all taxable supply, all exempt supply, export of goods or services or both, interstate supply of the persons having the same pan to be computed on all India basis. Sir, value of excludes value of inward supply on which tax is liable to be paid on reverse charge basis. CGST, SGST, UTGST, IGST and CES. Pakka? Sir, whatever applicable to 10.1 is mutandis applicable to 10.2a also. Sir, even below that, we are having explanation. Even that includes, they are saying that when you are calculating the aggregate turnover for the current year for the purpose of checking the option lapses purpose, you have to include the supply from the 1st April of financial year till the date of liable for registration. That means, sir, you should include the threshold limit turnover and you should exclude interest or discount, that is extending deposit, loan or advance for which the consideration has been received by way of interest or discount. Sir, I think, sir, you are able to understand this part, no? Rate of tax, there it is 1% of the state turnover, 5% of the state turnover, 1% of the taxable supply. Here 3% of the CGST, 3% of the state turnover as SGST, or 6% of the, sir, state turnover. Here taxable supply concept is not there. Comfortable, sir? But if you are a 10 to a person, that is exclusively service provider, if you are traveling through the composition route and if you are getting RCM services, for that RCM rate will be applicable. This 6% rate will not be. Sir, in order to get into the composition levy, I will be checking the aggregate turnover. But once I enter into the aggregate turnover, I have to pay the tax. That tax I should pay based upon the comfortable state turnover. In that state turnover, everything will be there except to be computed on all India basis will not be there. Comfortable? Even below under, sir, state turnover, we are having the same explanation. Exclusion number 1 and exclusion number 2. We will not include two things, because if we include these two things, my state turnover will increase and I am liable to pay more tax. That should not happen, right, sir? Exclusion number 1 is threshold limit turnover and exclusion number 2 interest or discount. Comfortable? And, sir, non-applicability. Sir, for these people, sir, 10 to a route will not be. Sir, number 1, he is not engaged in making any supply of what, which are not leviable to tax under this act. Sir, example, alcoholic liquor for don't travel through either 9 route or 10 route or 10-1 route or 10 to a route or GST route. Are you all really with me? Person is not engaged in making any interstate what supply, neither of goods nor of services, my dear lovable students. Are you all really with me? You are not supposed to make interstate what supply. Person number 3, he is not engaged in making any supply of services through an e-commerce operator who is required to collect tax at source. If are you providing services through e-commerce operator, then 10 to a route will not be applicable. Are you all really with me? Sir, 10 to a not applicable. Sir, 10-1 applicable? No. 10-1 also not applicable. Sir, 10-1, 10 to a not applicable. Sir, 9 applicable? Yes. Are you all really with me? Person number 4, he is not a manufacturer of such goods or supplier of such services as may be notified by the government. Sir, these things has been notified. The goods, ice cream, pan masala, aerator water or tobacco and manufactured tobacco. Are you all really with me? And you should not be a casual taxable person or non-resident taxable person. Are you all really with me? How, sir, in the current previous year, if the turnover exceeds 1.5 crores or 75 lakhs as the case may be, 10, sir, 3 is saying that option lapses. The same 10-3 is saying that if you are a 10 to a person and traveling through the composition route, current year if your aggregate turnover exceeds 50 lakh, that day you have to get out of the composition levy. Are you all really with me? 10-4, the same condition, man, no output tax and no input tax. These are common provisions for 10-1 and 10-2A, and penal consequences once you are not entitled to travel through the 10-2A route. Still, if you are traveling through the 10-2A route and if you are paying concessional tax rate of 6%, the difference between the actual tax rate minus the tax rate what you have paid, that difference you have to pay along with the penalty and interest. Are you all really with me? Other provision, composition scheme not applicable for tax payable under the customer not entitled to take credit of what tax? Composition tax, because it is blocked credit in the hands of the recipient who are purchasing from the composition dealer, because the recipient is not paying any tax to the composition supplier, because as per section 10.4, no output tax and no input tax. Comfortable, sir? With this, we can say that we are through with the section 7 supply, section 8 tax rate for composite and mixed supply, section 9 levy and collection of CGST, and section 10 composition levy. Are you all really with me? That's it, man. We are done with this part. I'm with you, sir, from your heart. Anybody is there? Where is a grand clap?